Once again, ask for your patience and forbearance. If you wanted this meeting to be live, to have a lot of you come into the Shire Hall, but obviously it's not possible, so we're having to do it this way. So, to start off with, can I have apologies for absence? Do I have any apologies? No, doesn't look like I have, that's great. The next item is members of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests, and I have been asked to read out a statement by the monitoring officer, Sarah Duxbury. The Dispensations Subcommittee has granted dispensations to all Warwickshire County Councillors who are also district and borough councillors or whose spouses or partners are district and borough councillors to allow them to speak and vote on matters relating to devolution and local government reform. This enables them to play a full role in the debate on devolution and local government reform. The Dispensation Subcommittee also granted a dispensation to Councillor Brain, who has a disclosable pecuniary interest by virtue of his wife's employment with Stratford District Council. This dispensation allows Councillor Brain to speak and vote on matters relating to devolution and local government reform. All these interests have been registered and are dispensations granted. There is no need for councillors to declare them individually. If members have any other declarations of interest which are not included in their register of interest relating to the matters on the agenda, now is the time to declare them. So does anybody want to declare any interest? I've got Councillor Kandaka. Did you want? No, he's not there. Let's go. Okay.
I think
thank
you, Chair. Yes, I do have a son who works for a maintained school, which is the Croft Primary School junior school in Nuneaton. So I don't know whether it's necessary to declare, but I think it's better to do so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Noted. Now, Councillor O'Rourke, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to declare an interest on the notice of motion around Black Lives Matter, because I work for South Warwickshire Foundation Trust and we are working, myself personally, very closely with Sade. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's also noted. Are there any other declarations of interest? No. Well, in that case, I will go on to Chair's announcements. And the main thing I want to announce was the death of Councillor Bob Stevens in July. And I've been asked to read out a eulogy, which I fully concur with. And I'll read it out to you because he was a very important member of this council and a well-liked one as well. So Councillor Bob Stevens died on Friday, July the 31st, aged 79. Bob had been a member of this council since 1997 and the County Council's deputy leader from 2005 to 2013, serving also as chairman of the council from 2015 to 2016. Bob, who is one of the council's longest serving members, was a ward member for Feldon, which covers the area in and around Harbury and Bishop's Itchington. Prior to joining the County Council, Bob served 2 terms from 1992 to 1996 and from 1999 to 2011 on Stratford District Council, during which time he was also leader. His work as chair of the Pension Fund Investment Subcommittee saw him representing Warwickshire in a national scheme and establishing a more secure pension for Warwickshire's workforce. Bob spent a long career in the Royal Navy, where he rose to the rank of Lieutenant Commander. He retained a strong interest in the armed forces and was heavily involved in the work of the British Legion as president, along with his county council duties. That's Warwickshire, British Legion. He also represented Warwickshire County Council, chairing the Coventry, Solihull and Warwickshire Armed Forces Community Covenant Joint Committee, where public sector agencies pledged support and help armed forces personnel, and was also president of the Warwick Royal Navy Association. Bob was closely involved with Galana's House in Southam, a care home for those with connections to the forces, as well as Poppy Lodge, a similar facility in the area specialising in care for ex-armed personnel and with dementia. Besides the armed forces, Bob had a passion for sport, particularly cricket and rugby, and he encouraged many young people in his ward to get involved while giving his time to help officiate rugby matches. Abiding memories of Bob, however, will be of a sociable gentleman, who was at home in the convivial atmosphere of a pub, notably the pub Blue Liars of Stockton, which was fortunately close to his home. It has also been said by many that much wisdom and kind support was dispensed there along with the beer. Bob will be sorely missed by all of us who had the good fortune to work with him in his many and varied roles. Bob is survived by his sons Peter, Michael, and his two grandchildren, Corinne and Tilly. Now, not surprisingly, I've got a number of speakers who'd like to say a few words about Bob, and we'll start off with Izzy Seckham, Councillor Seckham. Izzy.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for reminding us about our friend and colleague Bob. And I'm not going to do the usual thing about how long he served, because you've done all that. But I want to talk about Bob, the friend that I knew, and you know the issues that we've had over this last year have been terrible, because they have deprived us of friends and that ability to come together at a time when I think we would have been able to give comfort and support to all of our friends who have gone. Bob was I can remember going out and campaigning with Bob when I was very first selected to stand as a county councillor, and he, in the nicest way, took me around his community and introduced me to some of his residents, and he was regarded, liked and loved by all of them. And I think it just goes to show the measure of the man, a man of integrity. He had humour. He was incredibly proud of the Armed Forces Covenant that he championed so well, proud of and enjoyed the sport and rugby in particular as well. But he was a decent, honourable gentleman, and we will be the worse for losing him. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I don't think we can hear you if you're on mute. Chairman, I think you're on mute. Oh, I think you're just trying to come through.
Just resolving some technical difficulties.
Okay. I wonder whether it would be worth, there are other hands up. Andy Crump coming, speaking.
Thank you, Leader. My great pleasure to speak about my friend Bob. I've had the privilege of knowing Bob for over 40 years and spoke to him the night before he died. Unsurprisingly, he made light of his illness, saying he was only in for an MOT service and oil change. And it was a real shock to me to hear his the following day. Those who know me find it hard to believe, but I was speechless. I was absolutely shocked and devastated by his loss. And it was my great pleasure to accompany Councillor Seckham to represent the County Council at his funeral, where he received a fitting send-off, including, unsurprisingly, a pint at the Leopard in Bishop's Tatchbrook. I had the privilege of playing cricket with Bob many years ago. Unsurprisingly, when we batted, we ran one. We very rarely ran two, and we never ran three when batting with Bob. And when fielding next to him at point when he was in the gully, surprisingly, I was his cricketing spaniel having to fetch the ball, even though it was closer to him. So I always have those memories of, but he did pay me back later in the Green Man pub at Longitchington. Surprisingly, Bob had BST and GMT all in one day when he played cricket, because we'd be playing cricket in British summertime, but then we'd go to the Green Man, and surprisingly, due to Green Man time, GMT, last orders never came, or they came a long time after the normal shouting up time. But obviously, I couldn't condone any of that these days, but I was young and foolish then. I'm just old and foolish now. I will miss Bob greatly. I'm covering his ward. I've lived in the area all my life, and he's held in the utmost regard and esteem. People, every meeting I've gone to, I went to 3 parish councils last night, all said how much they missed him. What a gentleman he was. What a great listener. When he spoke, people listened because it was worth listening to. And I'm not sure all councillors can follow that code, but never mind. Probably me included as well. But yeah, I will truly miss Bob. He's a great servant to the county council, the residents of Warwickshire, our veterans and armed service people, and again, our great supporter of Gowanus House and Poppy Lodge. The annual remembrance service in and around Southam will not be the same without him. So rest in peace, Bob. I will miss you deeply. Goodbye. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you very much. Sorry to lose you for a minute there. I was having my facilities adjusted, but I'm with you now. So the next person on the item is on to speak is Councillor Roodhouse. So Jerry, sorry for the delay.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. I think the word of the year is, are you muted? But you know, this is what we're all getting used to. I first came across Bob at the old Gowanus House in Longitchington before it moved to its new location in Southam, and that was he was there meeting fellow servicemen and met my father-in-law, and that's when I first came across him. And then when I became a county councillor, Bob and I got to know each other quite well through the leadership and then also through the county council network. And as you've quite rightly said, we've had a great time when some of the evenings at the county council network were quite relaxing with Bob, and he was that gentleman, as has been said. He will be missed. He was, every time he came into Shire Hall, if he was there, he would speak to you. He'd say, you know, how are you doing? How's it going? And he was always that gentle man, which you don't always see these days. So rest in peace, Bob. Thank you very much. I think a lot of people have said about all the good traits about him as well. But yeah, he will be missed.
Thank you, Jerry. Next I've got Councillor Adkins. So Helen.
Can I just say, Chair, in fact, it's me who's speaking, because actually Helen didn't actually have much time to get to know Bob. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got Helen's name on the list, but okay, Dave, off you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. I got to know Bob quite quickly when I was first elected as a councillor in 2013, because he chaired the HS2 committee, which I was, because HS2 runs through my patch. I was attending the working group meetings, and quickly got to realise that that Bob was a man of integrity. He was an absolute gentleman, yes, Bob knew exactly why he was a Conservative, but he never accepted spin from either side without his own sort of looking at it and considering it, and his own version of it in that sense. And you could always have a very good conversation with Bob. I had a delightful day with Bob when we actually did a trail round with HS2 staff to look at the route as it came through North Warwickshire and essentially my patch. It was a wonderful day. We shared a lot of stories of our families, and Bob was just a delight because his sense of humour was wonderful. If I I would just like a last tribute for Bob, which came from Brian Hawkes. Many of you will perhaps remember Brian Hawkes from the last council. Brian sadly does not enjoy good health. He's very poorly with cancer, but I was involved down the atrium and just ran into Bob and Brian, who happened to be having a conversation, and they obviously had a lot of time for each other, and Bob had to move on, and Brian said, without any prompting, as Bob left, he said, I worked for Bob on one occasion. I don't know quite under what circumstances, but Bob had been Brian's boss. He said he was the best boss I ever had. He said, I remember one particular occasion where somebody brought some ridiculous measure to a meeting, and Bob apparently took the piece of paper, scrabbled it up and put it in the bin and said, and that's what we need to do with that. The measure was put to him a second time, and he said, well, yes, I think we really do need to consider this, and put it in the bin again. And that was the mark of Bob, I think, a gentle but determined man, and one we shall all miss hugely. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Next I've got Councillor Falk, so over to you, Judy.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We always welcome seeing Bob in Whitnash. He used to come for civic events. He came for British Legion events. And I've personally known him probably over 20 years through the different councils. We had many a chat over a sandwich, a pint and a cup of tea after British Legion events. People talk about him as a gentleman. He was a gentleman. A gentleman. I think a tribute from one of my town councillors was that Bob always said and did the right thing. He did what was right, and I think we all agree with that. He did. He respected people's politics, whatever they were. We did have some discussion about football versus rugger, but he always used to ask me how my team were doing when we met at the antechamber. So. And I used to listen to him when I sat in his eye line across the chamber, and I thought, Bob's going to say something about this. I can see he's going to say something. He listened very intently to all debates, but the moment Bob said, no, I've got to say something about this, and he would indicate and up he'd stand. So, like so many of the other councillors, we've lost this year, a great loss to the county, a great loss to his area. And certainly a great loss to his family and friends. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judy. Next I've got Councillor Horner. So, John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I first came across Bob when I was starting as a district councillor in Stratford, and he was extremely helpful and supportive of me, both in the interview at the start and throughout my council career. But more recently, I've seen him as the chairman of the Pension Fund Investment Subcommittee, and he was an outstanding chairman. He got to grips with the very technical nature of the position and developed sufficient confidence in the officer group and also his peers that he was vice chair of the starting committee of Borders to Coast, the pool that we joined a few years ago. And Bob was very instrumental, probably because of his interpersonal skills, in actually making sure that this committee worked effectively. I'm having to attend it next week, and no doubt we will also remember Bob at that meeting. No, he will be sadly missed in Stratford district and also on this council and in the pensions environment. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. The last speaker I've got is Councillor Garmash. So, Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oscar Wilde once said that some people cause happiness wherever they go and others whenever they go. And Bob was certainly the former. He was one of the good ones. I'll miss him. I think this council is poorer without him, and his loss is a loss to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, actually, that's all the speakers I have about Bob, but it's timely that recently this council was awarded a Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Gold Award for the Ministry of Defence, which Bob Stevens deserves a lot of credit for. There were 159 applicants, so I think she's done very well. Now we come to public speaking. We did have two public speakers, but one of them, a lady called Cass Lees, gives her apologies because she is rather poorly, and a Labour member will read out her statement. But before that, I've got Councillor Tricia Elliott from the Neaton and Bedworth Borough Council who wants to speak. So if she's there, Tricia.
I'm speaking mainly on behalf of children in Warwickshire living with autism who attend mainstream schools. Many of these are still trying to get onto the waiting list for assessment, by the way, as it takes years and the overcoming of many hurdles and barriers to even get a referral onto the 3-year waiting list. But I honestly believe that some families are forced to seek diagnoses and EHCPs that arguably wouldn't otherwise be needed if there was a better understanding around autism in mainstream schools and local authorities. Let me tell you about the young autistic lad who was attending an outstanding mainstream school in Warwickshire. A bright, intelligent, lovely young lad with great potential and a passion and a real talent for sport. Unfortunately, the PE teacher held the opinion that he could shout away the lad's anxiety and quirks. This is a popular opinion at many mainstream schools where they adopt a disciplinarian approach. This approach can leave pupils broken and sometimes suicidal. It's what leads to school refusal. It's bad enough when you have children bullying other children who are a little different, but what chance do the children have when staff join in with the abuse? However, this particular lad was lucky. He transferred to a mainstream establishment outside of Warwickshire, where all of the staff received autism awareness training, and he flourished. He is now at university level. Warwickshire's system failed him. He is just one example. There are many, many more, such as the blind girl who attended a mainstream college in Warwickshire with an EHCP, but the teachers were not given any training. She was told off repeatedly for attention seeking, simply for wanting to use her aids in class. She too was failed by our system. Or the talented student with ADHD studying art and repeatedly disciplined for being unable to sit still for long. The art teacher resigned her position because she felt undermined by being given students to teach that she was not equipped to teach. The student also left as he was disciplined over and over again and his spirit was broken. Both were failed by our system. If we are going to put our children with additional needs into mainstream schools, then at the very least we need to ensure the staff have a basic awareness of autism and other conditions. And crucially, that's whether the child is diagnosed or still on that waiting list. I understand that this training is available, but it is optional and too many schools are declining it. The training needs to be made mandatory. The discipline over disability approach has to be stopped, as it is failing our children who have so much to offer. It's tragic and negligent that they have to travel outside of this county to get the education they are entitled to, so that they can become economically active adults. If we did this, maybe we wouldn't have parents queuing up for EHCPs, as the children's needs would already be understood and met. We may actually save money that way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Tricia. We also have the second speaker is also talking about the send motion, and a Labour councillor is going to ring out Mrs. Lees' statement. So, is it you, Dave? I don't know who's going to read it out.
Just got some technical difficulties this end. Just give us a minute.
Okay. Please know I'm not the only one.
Certainly not, Chair, no.
Okay, I'll have a go. So my name is Cassandra Lees. This obviously would have been...
This has been read out by Councillor Helen Atkins. Yeah.
Okay. Cabinet will recall the Children and Families Act and Send Code of Practice 2014. were enacted in law to ensure children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities were visible, supported, and could apply for an assessment for additional funding to help their child access education and learning. This excellent piece of comprehensive legislation applied to all children between the ages of 0 to 25 years of age. Previous duty covered up to 16 or 18 years of age, and local authorities instantly found themselves with a funding gap. No top-up funding was ever offered, leading to post-austerity cash-strapped authorities having to deliver provision out of thin air for increasing number of vulnerable learners. In 2019, SEND National Crisis organised events and marches attended by thousands of families whose children and young people have special educational needs and disabilities, or SEND, to raise awareness of the deepening crisis in accessing SEND provision and support. That year, 354,000 children aged between 0 to 25 years of age were recorded as having an education and health plan, with 48,907 new plans issued during the previous calendar year. 2019 was a very busy year for reports on SEND. In early October, the local government ombudsman published 2 articles highlighting problems families were facing. The first, a system of crisis, ombudsman complaints about special educational needs at alarming levels, stated in its latest report about education, health and care plans, the ombudsman has revealed it is now upholding nearly 9 out of every 10, that's 87% cases it investigates, a startling figure compared with its uphold previous rate of 57% across all cases. The new report, Not Going to Plan, looks at the common problems the Ombudsman is finding when investigating parents' concerns. Serious issues include severe delays of up to 90 weeks and regularly of more than a year when issuing a plan, not anticipating local needs, communication and preparation for meetings, and a lack of oversight by senior staff. The knock-on effect is that many children, often the most vulnerable in society, are not getting the right support at the right time, and this is having a significant impact on their education and attainment. The Ombudsman is now investigating more complaints than it has ever done before. In 2018 to 19, it received 45% more complaints and carried out 80% more detailed investigations about plans than in 2016 to 17. Ombudsman Michael King said, "We are now upholding almost 9 in 10 investigations we carry out about education, health and care plans. This is exceptional and unprecedented in our work. 2 years ago, when the system was bedding in, we were concerned we were upholding around 80% of investigations. That we are investigating and upholding significantly more complaints 2 years later suggests a system in crisis. I am now particularly concerned some authorities may be putting in place extra barriers to ration scarce resources rather than basing support on children's needs. While I can empathise with the difficulties authorities face, there can never be an excuse for failing to meet the statutory rights of children. I hope this report puts the children and their families' experiences in the spotlight and battles they face, and ultimately more urgency on the whole SEND system improving. The report highlights a number of case studies from real investigation the Ombudsman has carried out in the past 2 years since the EHC plan system came into force, and offers councillors and senior council staff guidance and suggested ways they can scrutinise the services they offer families and the complaints they receive about these services. We have requested, I think this is quite an extensive, long statement.
Your 3 minutes are up, but
yeah,
please continue.
I apologise, it is probably longer. I've only just seen it just a couple of minutes ago. But I think we can get the general feel, if that's all right, Chair. I'll leave it there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you very much. The last public speaker was on the Black Lives Matter notice of motion, and Councillor Adkins is once again going to read out a statement from Councillor Mangat from Warwick District Council. So over to you again, Helen.
This is significantly shorter, Chair, so I promise you it won't go over time. Thank you. So this is from Councillor Minnie Mangat, who's from Warwick District Council, Deputy Leader of the Labour Group and the Chair of the Task and Finish Group, the Council's approach to race equality from Warwick District. I support this motion on the pressing and urgent issues posed by racial discrimination and inequality. The world is shifting on its axis, and just as Warwickshire County Council has supported the urgency of climate change with a real commitment, so must this growing societal emergency be responded to. It is shameful that inequality is so persistent in societies. here in Warwickshire and across the globe. I'm in no doubt that Warwickshire County Council takes its obligations to equality and diversity seriously, but it is not enough. Council has a responsibility to take action that will contribute to the eradication of racial discrimination, and reliance on reaching the requirements of legislation is not sufficient to counter the injustices and trauma that many people in my communities experience. Warwickshire County Council must move beyond compliance. It is not enough to be non-racist. Warwickshire County Council must act on being systematically and overtly anti-racist. To champion this fight against racism, Warwickshire County Council must listen and learn, not only from colleagues but also from members of our communities, and use those conversations and dialogue to catalyse action. This is an opportunity to take a fresh look with our communities about what more could be done, and learning from them and others to innovate and make measurable progress. As proposer of the race equality motion to Warwick District Council, and as the chair of the Task and Finish group looking at Warwick District Council's approach to race equality, I support the motion's recommendation for the Communities Overview and Scrutiny Committee to establish a Task and Finish group to be charged with undertaking a review of the Council's approach to race equality and its report to the committee to include an action plan with a view to the Cabinet adopting the committee's recommendations in the report and its action plan. The progress and outcomes of the action plan to be monitored by Communities ONS, with the expectation that measurable improvements will be made within a given time period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Helen. We now come to the main item of the agenda, and before we start on this, on the devolution and local government reform, I just want to advise the members on voting, because in relation to this item, I recognise that it is an extremely important matter. And as chair, I also recognise the added complexity of running council meetings remotely. I want to be exceptionally careful when it comes to the vote on this item. And as a result, I am exercising my right to require a recorded vote. And I intend to exercise this right in relation to all votes taken on this particular agenda item. This is a different approach to that which is set out in the protocols which were circulated. However, I am taking this step because as chair, I want to ensure there is clarity and transparency about the council's voting arrangements. So I'd now like to invite the leader, Councillor Izzy Seckham, to move the recommendations as circulated. Izzy.
Chairman, thank you very much. And may I just say, like you, this is such an important issue, and probably one of the most significant issues that has faced this council for very many years, that I would really like us to have been in person able to speak, because it would have had more quality. But I have no doubt that everyone will have some very passionate speeches and there will be diverse views. What I'm absolutely sure about is that we need to value those diverse views, and we need to embed that in the future. The reason we are here is that in June, the end of June, for very good reasons, Stratford and Warwick District Councils issued a statement ahead of the white paper saying that they wanted to consider a new form of government in a merged southern model. We have, for all of those reasons, between districts and county, engaged in 2 reports that have both come out. Yesterday, the district's report came out and has gone out to the public. Ours has been held to talk to our council today, and it's really important that we hear those views and that we express candidly our opinions. I am a great believer in democracy. I think that is why we all joined this council, so that we have open views and that we value each way forward. But I do have to say, I think it is absolutely important that what we do is accept those recommendations that we have today, printed as stated, and we allow this report to go forward to have that airing, an equal airing alongside the district and borough councils. For those people who want to stop that process, I argue that that is not democratic. I believe that every resident of Warwickshire has the right to the information available in both reports. And I argue too that we need to do and shape together the future model of whatever council is or councils is the way forward for this county. I believe it is absolutely vital that the services that we, all of us, strive to create the very best should be considered, and the impact on those over the next period of time. Today is not about deciding whether it is 1 or 2 unitaries, but it is about deciding that we should engage together and we should start that process. COVID has had a devastating effect on our, not only on our council, but actually on our residents as well. It's also had a devastating effect financially for our councils within Warwickshire, which is the reason why Stratford and Warwick District Council on the 24th of June put forward their proposals. In response to that, I argue that what to do impacts on 6 councils within Warwickshire, and we, all of us, need to engage in that impact and decide what is the right solution for local government. Both reports endorse the current model is broken. Both reports say that. What we now need to decide is should we, Warwickshire County Council, start to engage in a process that is already out in the districts. I argue that we should not be left behind, we should not bury our head in the ground, and we should discuss the future model for our residents. We, all of us, were elected to shape our residents' future. I think we will do that today. I have every confidence that democracy within Warwickshire will stand the test of time, but I would also test that within our discussions today, that we consider and respect diverse views, because there are very strongly held views. And I, for one, believe that that is why we are open to discussions, and we should make that case today. I would also ask that we shape that future with our districts and our other councillors across Warwickshire. It is so important for our residents, because the alternative we have right now is that we talk about considerable tax increases, we talk about considerable reductions in service, or we talk about trying to reshape the future. I think all of those should be under discussion together, and that impacts not just on the county council, that impacts on every single council in the county. And whatever one does has a knock-on Skittles effect on all of the rest. This is a significant debate that we have before us. I am not asking anyone to consider whether it's 1 unitary, 2 unitaries, whether we don't do anything. What I want you all to do is move the motion and engage in the conversation for the future. Because if we do not do that, why are we councillors? Why do we abrogate the responsibility of trying to decide how we can influence the future and leave a council that is worth leaving to our residents? I move the motion, Chairman, and ask that our councillors value and respect everyone today in their discussions.
Thank you very much, Susie. Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Peter, yes.
I would like to second that motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Butlin. Now, I believe we have some proposed amendments, and I believe the first one is the Liberal Democrat amendment. And Jerry, Councillor Roodhouse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I move the Liberal Democrat amendment, which has been circulated? It talks about removing the word illicit and replaced with the words seek. And then at the end of that point, as you can see in red, the council considers a residents panel should be established and that an invitation be extended to district and borough councillors to go forward. I would echo the comments that Councillor Seckham has mentioned, that now is the time not to delay, and in the main debate I'll be saying more about that. But at this point in time, I formally move our amendment and hope it finds favour.
Thank you, Jerry. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I would like to second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Bode. I think we have a Labour amendment as well, and I'd like to invite Councillor Adkins to propose it.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just have it on the screen? That would be helpful. So, as you can see in the red, we've got the council delays its submission so that it can have further consultation with its partners and residents. So we want thorough and transparent conversations with boroughs and partners, as well as consultation with the public in a bid to move forward in transparency and open cooperation, because we're not sure that that's happened presently with the present report. And we also ask for the further report be brought back to Cabinet on the options for consultation with partners and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adkins. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I would like to second that motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go on, I'd just like to point out that the Liberal Democrat amendment was a friendly amendment. Right, are there any other amendments?
Yes, Chair. I would like to move an amendment from the Conservatives, which will read as follows. The council requests that the leader, following this meeting, considers inviting the Warwick District and Borough Councils to make their submission to MHCLG, along with and at the same time as any submission made by the County Council. And I would also like to accept the Liberal Democrats motion as part of our motion as well.
Thank you, Councillor Butlin. Do you have a seconder?
Chairman, I do second that additional. Can I just correct that it is the Warwickshire District and Borough Councils? I also want to accept the friendly amendment that has been put forward by the Liberal Democrats as printed, as we've had on the screen. I do apologise that this has not got to that point, but thank you. I move that and second it.
Well, thank you very much. So we've got quite a few amendments. So I will now open the floor to debate. We start off with Councillor Adkins. Helen.
So could we see a copy of the Conservative amendment, please?
It's coming up on the screen any minute.
It's coming up on the screen any minute.
Thank you.
So whilst we're waiting for that, I've got Councillor Simpson Vince who would like to talk. So, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a twin hatter. In this case, Warwickshire County Council and Rugby Borough Council. What does it mean in reality? Well, it means I get to deal with all the issues for my residents, regardless of which council the solution belongs to. At the end of the day, my residents don't care which council fixes something, as long as it's fixed. Both reports show there are significant savings to be made by becoming unitary, but it's not just about savings. It also has to be about quality of service and representation. For me, this is as important as cost savings. What we're being asked to do today is to submit our report. There are two reports, one commissioned by county, one commissioned by districts and boroughs. If both reports are submitted to the Secretary of State, when appropriate, he can then start the full public consultation, considering all the evidence and both reports. This public consultation is a critical part of this process, and it's on the back of that consultation that the Secretary of State then decides what unitary will look like for us. Not any of us here today, not the districts and boroughs. We do not, as councillors, decide the future structure. Will it mean some of us will no longer be councillors as a result? Undoubtedly, yes. will there be new elections for the new unitary or unitaries? Absolutely, yes. Have I been in favour of unitaries from the beginning? No. I see plenty of positives in the current system, but we've been in unprecedented times. The pandemic is costing councils huge sums of money. We will not get all of that money back from the central government. So the notion of unitary financially now makes sense. Whether it should be for 1 or 2 unitaries is for the public and the Secretary of State to decide. But we need to stop the misinformation that's out there. We need to provide clarity and a timetable to our residents and businesses who rely on us for services. Whichever unitary solution is decided on, this council will cease to exist, as will all the districts and boroughs, as a new council will be formed. In a time where new normal has become a phrase, the unitary or unitaries route will likely become our new normal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I've got is Councillor Gifford. So, Bill.
Sorry, sorry about the delay. I wasn't expecting to speak quite so soon, but I'm delighted to do so. I'm not just a dual hatter, I'm a triple hatter, and I've actually for quite some time been in favour of a unitary with much increased powers for town and parish councils, and this gives us the opportunity to consider that. It's interesting to note that the District and Borough Council's paper that was published yesterday is in favour of unitary. It is in favour of a North unitary and a South unitary, a South Warwickshire unitary. That I must admit would be my first choice as well. And it's from discussions I've had with residents in my area, that is what they see as a sensible solution. That said, I'm aware of the fact that it isn't totally straightforward. I'm aware of the fact that when it comes to things like the fire service and indeed adult social services and so on, that there are issues there that would possibly be dealt with more easily by a larger unitary. That said, I do feel that the north and the south of the county are so different, both in their economic requirements and indeed in many ways in the culture of the two areas, that 2 separate unitaries of roughly 300,000 population each is the sensible solution. But supporting the Labour amendment doesn't really make sense, because it would be just kicking the whole debate into the long grass. And the consideration of a unitary is something we've been talking about for some years now, but nothing actually happened. If we put forward the proposal as per the substantive motion with our amendment, we're asking for the whole idea of unitary to be considered, and we're asking for the government to look at which option to go for. But most of all, we are now asking that we get residents involved, that we get the district and borough councils involved with the county council, so that all the councils in Warwickshire are involved. And it really comes down to, do we want to just accept that we do nothing, which would be the Labour amendment? I think that the danger there is it would put us right at the back of the queue. So I can't support the Labour amendment. But actually there isn't that greater distance, as far as I can see. And I would hope that Labour could come round to supporting the substantive motion in due course. It would be useful if they could. They don't have to always vote in opposition. They can just once in a while say, yes, this is good for the good folk of Warwickshire, to have a genuine discussion about exactly what sort of system we go for. They don't have to be in opposition. I just hope that they will come and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. The next member to speak is Councillor Morgan. Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Local government is clearly at a crossroads. We all know that. Funding from central government is decreasing while the demands on services are rising. This plus the tsunami effect of COVID and rising unemployment is exposing as well the financial difficulties, the parlous situation of some local authorities around the country, not just Warwickshire. While the future is unclear, one thing is certain, and that is we have to deal with this situation on our own and largely from our own resources. The current model is unsustainable. We can't rely on central government for anything really apart from short-term money, project funding. In order to face the future on a stronger footing, local government needs to be lean and efficient and highly professional in the way we deliver services. And this really leads on to the necessity of local government reform. Our party's manifesto called for devolution of power to people and places across the UK. And it's hard really to see how anyone could disagree with that. Devolution will be dependent upon local government reorganisation. And Warwickshire is keen to be in the vanguard of reform if it can be shown that structural changes will lead to savings, improved services and more resilient communities. And I was quite taken by that last point from the District and Boroughs report, the PwC. They drew a distinction between thinking about service delivery and developing more sustainable communities. And that's a good point. All we're asking for at the moment in this motion is to enter into a discussion with the Secretary of State about the future shape of local government in Warwickshire. Obviously, there are different views amongst the councils as to how we should go about this. We, the County Council, have commissioned a report and the districts and boroughs have called for their own study. Whether there should be one, two councils, whether they should cross borders, we shouldn't be worried about that at the moment. That's not the decision we are here to take. To sum up, we have added our amendment, which is the third recommendation, to the paper before you, to allow the districts and boroughs to join us in submitting their report along with ours to the Secretary of State and to join in a press release on behalf of all councils in Warwickshire. I hope very much that they will take this up, thereby drawing a line under this matter and leaving it to the Secretary of State to resolve. Therefore, I urge everyone to support our motion plus the amendment you have before you and the Liberal Democrat amendment, which we are taking as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Jeff.
Chair, could I, sorry, this is Councillor Adkins. Could we have a 5-minute break just to discuss our amendment, please? The submission of our amendment.
Of course. Okay, in that case, we will suspend the meeting for 5 minutes. So we'll due back in 5 minutes. Thank you. this meeting. I believe that the Labour group wanted to go away so they could actually discuss what was in front of them, and we're now back in session. So the next speaker I have is Councillor John Holland. So, John, would you like to speak?
Chair, could we? Would it be okay if I spoke and just told you where we are with our amendment? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, please do. Okay, Councillor Helen Adkins, Leader of the Labour Party group, over to you.
So, thank you, Chair. So we have decided to withdraw our amendment, but we would like to speak on the Tory amendment. Can I speak on that now? Yeah, okay. So we are quite upset about the way...
Councillor Adkins. Councillor Adkins.
Yes, Monica.
Hello. Councillor Adkins, can you repeat? Are you wanting to withdraw your amendment?
Yes, we are withdrawing our amendment.
In which case, that is just one moment. Could I have a seconder to agree withdrawal of that motion?
Yeah, that will be Councillor
The original seconder, please.
Yes.
Could I have a seconder to confirm?
Yes, Councillor Parsons, I'm happy to second.
Is this the original? Councillor Parsons, thank you. Assuming there are no objections to withdrawal of that motion. If there are, they need to speak now. Are there any objections to withdrawal of that motion? I'm not hearing any objections, so Chair, we can move ahead.
Yeah.
The Labour amendment has been withdrawn, and so we will go on to the...
Am I allowed to speak at this point,
still
Chair?
want to speak. The next one is Councillor Sargent, Andy Sargent. If you want to speak, the floor is yours.
Chair, you
Chair,
me next.
Chair, is it possible for me? This is Councillor Adkins. Is it possible for me
No,
to speak at
well,
no, okay.
No.
Is that no?
We're having some technical difficulties. Can we ask all group leaders to come and their members to come out of their meetings and come into this one?
Got problems with the...
Speak.
If you could please make sure that you leave your group meetings, not simply put it on hold. I think we're taking up too much bandwidth, which is leading to the delay. So if we can ask you to make sure you leave your group meetings, you can re-enter them again at a later time, but you need to leave one meeting and come into this meeting. Thank you. We'll just give that a moment, see if it improves.
Chair, you had invited me to speak next.
I had, but and you're absolutely right, John. You disappeared off my screen for a little while, but now you're back with your hand up. I will let you speak next, but just wait until we've got these technical difficulties sorted.
And if I could ask all members to please turn off your cameras and microphone unless you are speaking, that will help too. Thank you everyone for your patience.
Okay, everybody, let's hope we can carry on. The Labour group have withdrawn their amendment, and the next speaker is Councillor John Holland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think it's really important that we are clear about the problem that we are trying to solve and then work from that to a solution. And the way to find a solution in a complex situation where there are many different views is to just go talking and listening to people until we all come together. I've been a councillor for quite a long time, and residents approach me regularly, almost daily, with problems. And almost all of the problems are where the resident has fallen down the gap between the County Council and Warwick District Council. And I really am pretty fed up with this, and it's time it was sorted out. It's ridiculous that we have a parking permit for parking in the street from the county, but we a different permit to go in a district council car park. And if a resident comes home and wants to park their car, they just want to go to where there's a space. And this is all the public sector coming from the same council taxpayer. Now, we don't need to get to unitary to start joining services up. And there are many examples actually of good practice where our staff do work together between the two councils. But we are moving backwards. We had got to the point where we had one phone number, and if a resident needed to phone the council, they phoned the call centre, who directed the call to whether it was a district council officer or a county council officer, and that now has been withdrawn. We had moved to the point where in Shire Hall reception, Warwick residents could come in and find inquiry desks for both the district and the county council, and the district council have just pulled out of that. And it was a really good setup with the library there as an information service and post office and so on, citizen advice. I would argue that if we're serious about this, and I think we are all coming to a consensus that we do need to change, that we start making those changes and start getting together. Start from the point of view of the residents, the council taxpayer, and work backwards from that. Now, joining up Warwick District Council with Stratford District Council doesn't help at all. In fact, it could make things worse if some departments move out of the area. Is joining the district council and the county council the absolute key thing. And we have 3 tiers of local government. Town councils are very important, and we've heard from changes in the planning system that they could become a lot more important. Just one other point, in the documents that we were given, it talks about health and well-being. There are really big inequalities in health across Warwickshire, and a few days ago we had the AGM of the South Warwickshire Foundation NHS Trust, and their key speaker was their public health consultant, and the whole theme of the talk was about the enormous inequalities in health across the county. Now, that is something that the Health and Wellbeing Board is supposed to have addressed, but actually has spent a lot of time trying to impose £400 million worth of cuts across Coventry and Warwickshire. What I think would be a good way forward is if we actually came up with a number of specific measures that we would all work together, and obviously health and wellbeing at the moment with the COVID virus, this is something which is really important. Let's seriously address these health inequalities. And what we'll then find is that the organisation that we need will just become obvious to support what we are actually doing for our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, John. I've got 7 speakers, and the next person I'd ask to speak is Councillor Helen Adkins. Helen.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I mean, we've withdrawn our amendment, but we are quite cross about the process and the way things have been done. If only we could have started this process with being open, being transparent, not playing politics, listening to our boroughs and our districts, consulting people rather than trying to force something through. We want it minuted that there's been a huge amount of stress and anxiety caused for our borough and district leaders. and that this could have been avoided if we'd have had the sort of approach that we've seen eventually today. And it's a shame that the administration have had to have been forced into this position and that they couldn't have operated in an open, transparent way to begin with. There is going to be change. We have to embrace change, but we also have to move together. You know, if we are one Warwickshire, then we should be working together, moving forward together right from the get-go. So I hope that as we proceed now with whatever the white paper says, that we do so together in a friendly way, and we put politics aside and we look at what's important for the people of Warwickshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. The next on the list is Councillor Sargent. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting in favour of the motion, and it's based on basically I have spoken to many residents locally, and I think this has been mentioned before that you know, they just want to phone one councillor. I mean, in certain areas, definitely, obviously in Attleborough or in most areas, you could get 3 councillors, all from different political parties. You know, generally residents just want to phone one person and say, can you sort this out? And often what happens as well is people will phone you where things cross over, so you'll get something that, or part of it might be the county council, part of it might be the borough council, and trying to sort of work between the two can be difficult. And I'll give one explanation. I asked for a bus shelter to be put on Leyland Road on my patch, but where the bus shelter had to be placed, the land belonged to the borough council, and obviously the county council were responsible for putting the bus shelter there, and it just got silly. It was like about 18 months, and the residents said, look, let's just give up on this for this spell, because this is just taking too long. So, you know, that to me, if it was one council, one Warwickshire, then, you know, there wouldn't be an issue there, would there? There's also sort of the services, so the bin collections, the borough council responsible for picking it up, and the county council responsible for getting rid of it. And there's also an opportunity for town and parish councils. And, you know, a lot of people say, or, you know, a lot of groups have said locally that, you know, services will be taken away and decisions will be made in Warwick. Well, you know, to me, if you have a unitary, then you put in, you know, you've got town councils, parish councils, or smaller groups, then, you know, you can put back or the control of what happens in your area back to the people, and that, you know, basically what we're doing in Attleborough is doing that on a smaller basis. So I will be voting in favour of this motion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you very much. The next speaker I've got is Councillor John Horner. John.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall be supporting. In fact, I was happy to support the original motion, but I'll certainly be supporting the amendment by the Conservative group and any friendly amendments. I'm pleased that we're going to have a long discussion, because I think the concerns that people have raised do merit consideration. My own concerns are simply the number of councillors and the importance of having a unified social care system. Splitting us into two, we will have all the problems that the small London boroughs have, or for that matter, the West Midlands metropolitan boroughs. At least with about 600,000 population, we should have more chance to cope with our social care challenge. I mean, social care, to put it in mildly, is 60%, I think 60% of the combined budgets. If you do allocated support services, it's closer to 70, which means that most of the conversation in the reports is about how to allocate the remaining 30%. And that surely is not beyond the wit of man to work out representation at local level and the economies of a scale of a single unitary. So I shall be supporting the Conservative amendments and friendly amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. The next councillor to speak is Councillor Jenny Fradgley. Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. I've always been in favour of some form of unitary. What that unitary is going to be is up for discussion. My preference would be to unitary at the moment. I haven't heard all the arguments yet. But I think it's very challenging in this time to be looking at very major changes. When we've got COVID, we've got radical planning changes, we've got changes in boundary, we've got Brexit and climate change. All issues which are really are actually issues which are facing us. I have a concern that we actually make sure we have sufficient time for all the consultations to take place with businesses, with residents, with community groups, and especially with towns and parishes, because as it's been said before, towns and parishes will be stepping up, I think, to be playing a much larger role in whatever iteration local government takes on in the future. So my concern is that we don't rush this, we give people time to make sure that they know and understand what the consequences will be to this major change, and that they feel that they've actually contributed towards it. It's got to be grassroots upwards, not top down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. The next speaker is Councillor Dave Parsons. Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm had a bit of trouble unmuting then. Yes, can I particularly commend what Councillor Fradley has just said. I think she's spoken with a great deal of sense there. We've heard a lot about the savings, and obviously we need to actually preserve services, and really we should be in the business of enhancing services, yes, and this cannot be a device for more cuts, more restrictions. It's got to be a device for improvement, otherwise it is valueless. Apart from that, there is the question of democracy, and I feel that that simply the imposition of a single unitary would be damaging to democracy, and would be particularly damaging in removing the district layers in that sense, without any sort of reference to the different areas of the county. I believe that in exploring all of the options there, we do have the option to look at what can be done, and I do hope that the two unitary option will be given very serious consideration here alongside the other options that are there, because certainly the one thing I get when I'm talking to people in my northern patch up in Polesworth is that people talk of the frozen north. They feel that they are not considered in Warwick, and that Warwick considers itself and the south and the like. Not entirely justified, I have to admit, but it is there, and this is something that we need to do. We need to take time. We need to take stock. We need to make sure that all the options are given equal representation in the documents that go forward, and we need to make a considered decision. It is a shame that we couldn't have achieved this before some very unpleasant meetings. Well, one very unpleasant meeting at district level. This could have been avoided, and should have been avoided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. The next speaker is Councillor Jonathan Chilvers. Jonathan.
I forgot to put me here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I've got extremely mixed feelings about all of this, and I was trying to work out why I felt like that. And I think one of the key areas that I struggle with is that as soon as we put an invitation, as soon as we submit something to central government, it sets hairs running that are very difficult to put back in, and that very difficult for us to then control. So personally, I think that there is still a case that we need to look at for an enhanced status quo. There's so much that we could do on things like waste to make savings and services better for residents without going through this massive palaver reorganisation. But as soon as we submit our request, it kind of sets these hairs running that for change that will be very difficult to pull back, even if at the end of the day we decide that we don't want to go forward. So one of the things I would definitely like to see is the possibility of an enhanced status quo being put back on the table. The second point that I'm concerned about, and it's kind of related in that once we submit our request to the Secretary of State, it does go out of our control. I think Jill Simpson-Vince and Jeff Morgan both said that it will be for the Secretary of State to decide what happens, not us. The decision will be taken away from Warwickshire. And my big problem with that is that I don't trust central government. I don't trust their competence. I don't trust their ability to. I just think they're going to put short-term interests above a long-term settlement. And I don't trust the decision of somebody sitting in Whitehall that probably has never been to Shipston or to Polesworth or to Rugby. And my concern is that the more that we're divided as Warwickshire, the easier it is for the Secretary of State to make decisions that are not in the long-term interests of Warwickshire. And so I'm really heartened to see the Conservative amendment about submitting the motion, both reports together. But I also think there is also a case for us going even further before submitting, because the more that we can agree on together as Warwickshire about what we want to see, what is going to happen to housing, what would we like to see with double democracy and the strength of town councils, the more that we retain in our control in Warwickshire without giving away that power to central government, to somebody sitting in Whitehall. And so those are my concerns. And so I'd kind of like to hear from the leader, like how long she would be prepared to wait to try and to get a joint submission together, and how far she'd be prepared to go in waiting to try and have that dialogue with the districts and boroughs before submitting, because I just think that is going to be in Warwickshire's best interests. Overall, in terms of what I'd like to see long term, as I say, I would like the enhanced status quo to be kept on the table. I do think there's benefits of unitaries, but I think there's an awful lot of questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. The next speaker I have is Councillor Keith Kandaka. Keith, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Doing nothing is clearly not an option, both from the government's point of view and the chaos we have in Warwickshire with 2 tiers of local government. But all proposals have their own problems. Very much things as they are do not work. I have, for example, council flats at Cleaver Gardens, where the roads haven't been maintained for 17 years because they are owned by the borough council that then wants to transfer them to the county council. So we have a large amount of stuff being wasted and effort wasted because we've got 2 tiers of local government, each trying to shunt costs from one to the other. So the status quo clearly doesn't work, but the local government does an awful lot of important stuff. For all its faults, the borough council is very good at council housing, the social housing aspects, and neither of the reports from consultants has mentioned what we're going to do with council housing. So I do hope we take the time to look at that issue and make sure we have a solution the public buys into. We also, if we go for one unitary, have a massive problem with democracy unless we backfill this unitary with new structures. Clearly, I would love to have a parish council in Bennington and St Nicholas. This area to the north of the Nuneaton, having its own parish council could clearly get some things like the GP surgeries and all these local issues pushed along a lot better than a large county council or unitary. So we clearly need to work out where we're going to actually make a particular single unitary work. And the two unitary solution, that has problems, as other speakers have said, about splitting up the county and what happens to adult social care, what happens about the fire brigade. But it does have massive merits in terms of centralising North Warwickshire decisions in the north, South Warwickshire decisions in the south, and clearly we've got very, very different economies, very, very different problems. So I haven't got a view on one or two, both need more work. And I was very pleased that the Borough Council's chaotic debate in the Neaton and Bedworth at least came out with everyone saying we needed more public involvement. We said we needed a referendum or citizens' assembly. And citizens' assemblies are really good. They're like having a jury. You pick people who haven't got a political interest, like members of the jury. You present them with the options of this is what happens if we have one unitary, this is what happens if we have two, and they talk about the issues in a far less polarised way because they haven't got a vested interest. They're a citizens' jury. So I do hope we have an element of that in the process. And the timescales are ludicrous. Having this shadow authority in for beginning of next May just will not work. The government's not taken decisions quickly during the COVID pandemic. I think it's far more sensible to have a 2-year timescale and do this properly, do it well, make sure people are bought into the fact that we are doing it, we are changing the systems, and making sure we think about important issues like transport. What we're going to do with public transport. We cannot carry on having a separate system in the Neaton and Bedworth to Coventry to Warwick. We should be going into a passenger transport executive with Coventry, at least for the boroughs and the areas close to Coventry, so that actually public transport works. On democracy, we really need good parish councils and town councils, big enough to work, 5,000 homes upwards. And we need them to have sensible budgets. The community forums never worked because they never had proper buy-in from the county council. And we need a sensible number of councillors. I would say 81 councillors would work, but we need a mixture. And like the London Assembly, they actually have an additional member voting system. So we could have 57 members on first past the post and another 24 top-up members, effectively, additional members. So actually we get effectively 1.5 councillors per ward or division. But it would actually preserve democracy because an element of proportional representation, it means that actually every party has an interest in areas. We don't get parts of Warwickshire that only have Tory councillors or only have Labour councillors. Having a system like the London Assembly where we have an active participation from all the parties and equally from residents groups. PR allows people like the Winnash residents and all these groups around Warwickshire are very active to have a representation. So we need to do it at the right speed. We need to do it and we need to look after our staff. We were looking at 4% or 2.5% job cuts in the process. We need to keep all our frontline workers. We do not need to make less staff. We just need to make less complicated management. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kadaka. The next speaker is Councillor Hayfield. Colin, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've had the good fortune, I think, to be a Twin Hatter for about 20 years now. And I've seen what different councils do, and I've seen what the way different councils work or don't work together. And for many years, I was in favour of the status quo. It seemed to me a good system. But that's no longer looking sustainable. I became a councillor, like many of you did, I'm sure, for the betterment of my communities, to try and do the best I could, give them the best services and try and say yes to them whenever I could.
But financially now, we're in a position where we almost dread every budget cycle coming up, because it's going to bring with it a raft of new savings and new cuts things in order to balance the books, particularly so at some of the district council levels as well as the county. And having as a councillor to say no to people, we can't do this, we can't help you, I can't get support on this. And yet here we have an opportunity for a unitary solution of one sort or another, be it a single unitary or a split unitary, but each of them offers substantial savings that might help us be in a better position to support our resident services and stop having to cut services and stop having to charge for services, because we will have more resilience as a unitary or two unitaries to be able to do that. It isn't all about the money, though. Whatever we do, we need to try and ensure that there's a feel of localism to whatever we do. People find Warwick remote. If we go into split unitaries, they might find Rugby remote, or Nuneaton or North Warwickshire remote. There is a way through the double devolution opportunities to address the issues of localism so that people do feel connected with their local councillor and do feel connected with their council. Now, this is not the time to go into the specific advantages of single unitary or split unitary. This is an opportunity to be able to say to the Secretary of State, come on, you put in your manifesto local government reform. We in Warwickshire are ready for local government reform. We are not united yet on what we think is the best solution, but we hear, look, we have some of us support this solution or that solution, but together we are ready for that unitary debate to take place in Warwickshire, and it'll be for the benefit of our residents that we do so. And I think with the various Liberal Democrat amendments, with our own Conservative amendments and things, that we have a platform where we can go forward together and say, there may be still issues on the specific details of this that divide us, but together we are ready to go forward and accept the fact that in this changing world of COVID and whatever else, local government is not immune from those changes, and we are ready to take up the challenge of those changes in Warwickshire. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Colin. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Cargill. Mark.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and a good debate so far. I hope I don't ruin it by my contribution. I won't, honestly, I'm joking. First, to set the record straight, the report originally from Stratford and Warwick was all about closer collaboration and working together, efficiencies. Everything that ensued following that decision was made by others for their own reasons. Of interest, in the time I started this discussion with my parishes and residents, I've not had one person say they would like a single unitary authority, and I have to take that as a partial mandate. There are other views available. The basis for the proposed discussions between Stratford and Warwick was not just about efficiencies, but of course saving money. However, the residents and the services provided were core to those discussions, and they were held widely. To echo views already said, it's the residents first, and I agree with previous speakers. Now, considering that the white paper has effectively been delayed, I personally do not see the need for this debate. However, debate is good, and this is a good platform. The point in hand is now all about single or double unitary authorities. Each has benefits and disbenefits. So far, we've only effectively seen the highlights from both of the published reports. I was uncomfortable that the motion about sending a report from this council was only on a single unitary, that at least the district and borough report does bring balance to the debate at least. Unfortunately, the vote today will be on the principle of what's contained in those reports, the model people prefer. We're a long way from the detail needed to make an informed discussion or decision, in my opinion. We've had vague discussions about panels, local or devolved committees, small parishes unable to carry out the function of government, or as government envisage, and so on. So a new model is needed there. And in my view, that's as important as the unitary principle. If we're going to devolve powers to the local or lowest practical level, and use that word carefully, then the money must follow. We all know that a pound spent at the local level is worth £3 to £5 at the higher levels. So again, it's much more efficiently spent. As a principle, I want to devolve powers to the lowest practical level, empowering people, gaining their enthusiasm to get things done, and done quickly. It's a fair criticism that the larger an organisation, the slower its reaction times. Yes, the B word, bureaucracy. I do not want to pick on a particular department, heaven forbid, but which member amongst us has not had frustrations over getting their roads repaired? That's one of my main concerns. The bigger is not always better. One of the suggestions is also the bigger the contract that can be let, the more money that can be saved, theoretically, as possible. But how many contracts, I've negotiated many, where the contractor has eventually found a way around to make the money out of the contract, and the residents in this particular case often suffer. Picking up the point on two-tier authorities currently, I do agree that many residents do not know which council does what, and that's a good argument for a unitary, and I don't disagree with that at all. But as a triple hatter, I know who to talk to, and so the residents are served correctly. So even though it's not a perfect system, at least it is functional. I do agree we can do it far, far better. Warwickshire is geographically a very large county. There's much discussion over the north and the south of the county, and it's true they are quite different in their ways. In many ways, we are culturally different. One of my colleagues said that his residents didn't want Stratford voting on something that affects Nuneaton and Bedworth. Fair point. It works the other way too. So culturally, the logic is that we should have two unitaries. On that theme, Stratford and Warwick started their discussions on closer working and the efficiencies thus gained. However, even though it's early days, we are experiencing some cultural differences. That was fully expected, and we're working through those issues. Still, it's not being easy. To effectively merge 5 authorities is not going to be easy. The bean counters can use simplistic measures of calculating savings to come up with a value, but not the cultural cost. This is the biggest issue of all and can dwarf functional savings. And that is the councils. What about the residents? Finally, there is no reason not to have 2 unitaries and an agreement between them to run the larger aspects, such as large infrastructure projects, education, adult social care, etc. I'll leave that one for another day. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you, Mark. The next speaker is Councillor Margaret Bell. Margaret.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Like everyone here, I'm sure, I became a councillor to represent those who elected me and work on their behalf. I became a Conservative councillor because I believe in Conservative values and I respect the party. Occasionally, actually very rarely, these two things conflict, and for me, I'm afraid, this is one of those occasions. I will be representing the views and interests of the people who elected me today. Now, I recognise that both the Conservative group and the Labour group have moved on this motion, and that's to be applauded. And there's a lot in it that I agree with, but I cannot get over the one thing, which is that I do not believe these reports should be submitted to government before consultation, wide consultation with the public and with the different organisations, and before the white paper is published. I have to tell you that in my area, there were shockwaves went through the residents and the parish councils I spoke to when the cabinet discussion was broadcast and the decision was published. I had comments like, how can they make those decisions without talking to us? They've already made their minds up. Where do we stand in all this, etc., etc.? And I have to say, I had some sympathy with those views and comments. It appeared that answers were being voted on before the question had even been posed in public. And as I say, most importantly, before the white paper was published. Now we know the white paper is going to be delayed. I understand why the government's done this. They have other priorities at the moment, and in my view, they should be praised for concentrating on the current pressing issues. But what this means is we've got more time than we originally thought. And I don't understand why we are considering sending the reports to government now. This gives the impression to residents that it's, excuse me, that decisions are made and options are being suggested to those who will ultimately make that decision before they've been consulted on, or before the residents have been involved, or the parish councils. Now, I've got no objection to either of the reports in themselves. I'd be very content for them to go out to the public to inform debate. I just don't see why they need to go to government. And actually, I don't know, I'm not sure whether the districts or all the districts and boroughs would agree for their report to go to government. I think that we should have clarified that perhaps before this. What I believe is that we should be using this time before the white paper is published to help the public, first of all, to understand the current organisation of local government, because actually many of them are unclear. And then to help them to understand what the possible options are for change, so that then they can be involved in a really informed debate with us and with the wider community, and contribute to that debate from a knowledgeable base. Now, I would like to make it clear that it's the process that I'm uncomfortable with. I am very open to the looking at improving local government for Warwickshire. I'm keeping an open mind on what the best way forward should be. It may well be that a single unitary based on Warwick as a whole, Warwickshire, sorry, as a whole, and that is well structured might be the right way to go forward. It may be that an enhanced status quo is the right way, or perhaps two unitaries might be a reasonable compromise. I just don't know. There's a long way to go before we get to such a decision. Now, I recognise that this amendment demonstrates the willingness, the Conservative amendment, to embrace all the options, but it just does not address that issue for me about cutting out the public, but sending, because it will be seen that we're sending this report to government before they've been involved. And I'm also disappointed to observe that a gulf has opened up between Warwickshire County Council and some of the districts and boroughs. At some point, all 6 local government organisations will need to come together and find the best way forward for our residents. So I am disappointed that this debate is taking place today. For me, it's too soon and actually unnecessary at this time. It's an important debate that's taking place at the wrong time. It is actually with a heavy heart, because it would be great to see us all united, but it's with a heavy heart that I say that I cannot support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Margaret. The next speaker is Councillor Adrian Warwick. Adrian.
Thank you, Chairman. And can I first start by applauding your conduct of running this meeting and of my case for the way it's done. I personally saw a 3-hour advert for change last week, as I'm sure many of you did. Where to start? For me, when COVID hit, the County Council reacted very, very quickly, and we had years worth of reform done in a few weeks because we had to. We had to reform rapidly. Now, the county didn't start this discussion. However, it's come about. We didn't start this discussion. It has come about from a need from 2 of the districts to look at their costs. And let's be brutal. we all have to look at our costs. I've seen headlines from Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council for the hole caused by COVID, the effects we have had on the county from COVID. From my point of view, talking to residents, I chair our local parish council, but if somebody talks to me, they don't believe it's a parish issue, a borough issue, or a county issue. They just believe if there's an issue, it's the council, and they want it sorted. My fear is we have three choices in front of us, that we either raise more money to deal with the financial impact of COVID, we reduce services to deal with the financial impacts of COVID, or we come up with a structure that is more efficient to deal with the effects of COVID. And I think if you put those options to the Warwickshire residents, I'm pretty confident I know which one they would go for. This decision isn't ours to make. This decision is for the minister to make. This decision is for him to take forward and consult on using due process. I agree with everything that's been said this morning about there being two sides to this debate. And both sides have been presented, both sides can be put forward, both sides can be discussed, and residents and councillors and districts and boroughs can all be involved. I personally favour the single unitary. I think Warwickshire is better together. I think it enables us to have better control and work with police, fire, children's services, adult social care. Looking at it, I think we're better together. But that's not my choice to make. And I agree, there are all sorts of things to be considered with regard to the democratic makeup of how we construct a council, how we work with the parishes. That needs to be done. But the parish councils I've talked to, rather than being terrified of this, have engaged with me about what this would mean, how they can be involved, constructively what can be done. And it's about the presentation. And again, that's not for us to do. That's for a third party to deal with. So there are two sides. There are two reports. Let us simply and sensibly present these reports. Let's ask the minister to look at it and let the discussion start. But the reason I don't think this is too soon is that the financial impact is here, and it is here now. The problems of the balance in the books are here now. The sooner we grasp the nettle, the sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can start realising the financial benefits that change will bring. And please, colleagues, let's just start this rolling. Let's sensibly work together with our district and borough colleagues and as a county council team to put something sensible together for the benefit of our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Adrian. The next speaker is Councillor Daniel Hussain. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the way you've run the meeting as well. It's brilliant. But I agree. It would have been nice to have more time to look over this and look at the options. But due to the last few months and what's happened with COVID and everything else, then we really need to get this sent off and start working towards something, towards change, which is inevitable. And I believe a single unitary council for Warwickshire would give residents better value for money. It would allow us to bring services together and assets together. And by joining forces, we already know by looking at other councils that we will save money, we'll cut down on duplication of services, and we'll also reduce our carbon footprint. So we all know, and I think we all agree, that the way things work at the minute are outdated, it's wasteful, and it's frustrating for residents and people, councillors as well, trying to get things done. The current system isn't really fit for purpose. Bringing services together under one organisation would make for better decision making, better planning, and would allow different departments to work together instead of the current system where different departments in some areas work against each other and the county or sometimes boroughs trying to play catch up. So if we work together, we can then work on an overall plan and make things easier for residents, especially when we're building houses and roads and there's delays and always different people involved. One unitary council, in my eyes, would improve the role of councillors. At the minute, it would strengthen our positions, or whoever takes these roles in the communities. We could have the opportunity to improve our roles and become a real community leader as the one person or two people, however we do that, as community champions, as well as removing obviously some of that red tape that we currently have that hampers our efforts. It slows things down, and it often, as we've heard already, and most of you will know, that it makes things difficult. Sometimes change doesn't happen, and it's obviously time consuming, not just for us, but for council resources. I guess there is a north and south divide. We know that anyway. There's really inequality. You'll see the borough I'm involved in, I live in, Nuneaton and Bedworth. The group over there in charge have long talked about or bemoaned the north and south divide. And there is inequalities, but a lot of the time, will be perceived. We've heard about further up north in Polesworth that we're the poor relations because Warwick runs the council, Warwickshire. But one single or two single unitaries, one in the north, one in the south, could end that argument. But as well as that, it would go against everything we're actually working for. It would reduce our strength in numbers. It would have a significantly lower budget than we could as a single unitary. But based on council tax rates and business rates, we could be polar opposites. It would only worsen the divide. I've done various research, and the latest I could find, apologies, it's 3 years old, but Public Health England reported in 2017 that in Nuneaton and Bedworth, life expectancy for men and women is lower than the national average. 21% of year 6 children are obese. Self-harm rates are higher than the national average. Alcohol-specific hospital stays, higher than the national average. Obesity in adults and violent crime, all higher than the national average. And if we want to make 2 unitary councils, as some people want to, I don't believe we're going to reduce those numbers or make it any better for residents. Having one single council in the north and the south, 2 unitaries, it would cost more money to implement. It would leave both councils with less power and influence, not only when lobbying to central government, but also trying to attract new business. So splitting Warwickshire into 2 it wouldn't close the gap, it would go against it, and it would also go against what residents have told us they want us to work towards. Residents as part of the Warwickshire County Council's Council Plan 2025, which is on County Council website, they told us that they want us to focus on supporting vulnerable children and adults, improving our highways and our transport network and building on that, adding more walking and cycling routes. They want us to improve access to education and opportunities. They want us to obviously reduce our carbon emissions, which we're working towards. They want us to support public health and well-being, and also obviously we need to start managing our resources better, not just making cuts, but putting things together so we save money and can improve the service and how we offer it. So keeping things how we are doesn't look like it's an option from what the government said. That's quite clear. So agreeing to work towards a single council for the whole of Warwickshire, I think we can work on streamlining our services. We can work on what that would look like, or start thinking about what we'd look like and how we could share assets, and also give residents better value for their money. Having one point of contact, as we've seen that did work in Warwick before they pulled out, for local issues, makes it so much easier for residents and councillors and anybody. It reduces frustration and confusion, and people aren't passed from pillar to post and they're not forgotten about. So it would help us resolve issues faster, it would reduce duplication, and it would improve communication. In Warwickshire, we do have a strong economy. We're lucky that we've got a good mix of businesses of all sizes and shapes, and we've got some really good businesses in Warwickshire. And we've got the chance now as councillors to shape the future of Warwickshire, not just for us, but for residents. And we need to make sure that the decisions we make, that they build on the strengths we've got and they improve our county, not just for us, but obviously for future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Daniel. The next speaker is Councillor Anne Parry. Anne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. I came into local government over 6 years ago as a district councillor representing a Wellesbourne ward and won the county seat for the Wellesbourne division 3 years later. So I'm still a new kid on the block compared to many of you. But at the heart of everything I've done and will always do is for my residents. And I like to think I am a woman of principle. I'm also triple hatter, and as a cabinet member of Stratford District Council, my ethos has always been about taking the right decisions for the right reasons. There have been various inferences from county colleagues that Stratford and Warwick District Council started this whole debate. But I can assure you, being at the coalface, we didn't. In the wake of COVID-19 and the impact on our finances, all we did at the outset was initiate exploratory talks with Warwick District Council on potential joint working initiatives to help safeguard our finances and deliver the best services for our residents. There is a long way to go before we can even consider a merger for a super district, as we are just outlining potential frameworks and taking baby steps to investigate areas of common ground. Anyone who's been in business and merged with another entity, which I have with my own business, knows only full well this is a long process with no shortcuts and takes a long time to nurture and develop. But the goalpost was subsequently moved when the emphasis of this initiative became focused by Warwickshire on commissioning a report to look at change with a clear priority on a single unitary, which then in turn changed the focus by the districts and boroughs as a means of response. We all recognise the need for change and reform, but much depends on what's in this infamous white paper that was promised in September, then the late autumn, and in view of the current situation, is unlikely to come forward much before this time next year. So why the sudden rush? Based on my discussions with parish councils, looking at my email inbox and reading letters from residents in the local media, now is not the time to be having this debate without knowing what's in the white paper and without undertaking extensive consultations with towns and parishes. The report for the district and boroughs was only published yesterday. Yes, less than 24 hours before this meeting started. And to be honest with you, it's 50+ pages, and I haven't had the time to properly digest its content in view of my other diary commitments yesterday. Consequently, the districts and boroughs have not had the time to consult with their councillors on its impact. So once again, it is extremely premature from this perspective. It is, of course, up to the districts and boroughs to decide when and if a report commissioned by then should be submitted to MHCLG. And they may not wish this to sit alongside the report from WCC. So it is not for us to presume that they would wish to do so at this stage. However, the invitation context is noted. The problem I have with this motion is that it comes across as a very strong pitch for a single unitary being submitted without any consultation, and it focuses entirely on assumptions without evidenced examples in support of its financial claims. So in essence, it is premature in the current climate in view of the timing. I've always tried to put my residents first, and I'm sure, like me, they feel we should be focusing all our attentions on preventing the rising COVID infection rates across our division and not on this particular debate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Anne. The next speaker is Councillor Judy Thorpe. Judy.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try not to say what has gone before. There's been some really good debate on this. I'm very much concerned that we're making a decision, a rush decision, without full consultation with our residents. As far as I know, the district councils are not going to make a submission until they've had a public consultation with their residents, which will possibly be towards the end of the year. So even though the invitation is there, do you want to come in with us, districts and boroughs, we will not be in a position to do that because we have not spoken to our residents. And it was made quite clear that we wanted to hear our residents' views, our parish and town council views through Walk before we made any submission to the Secretary of State. I'm like others, why are we rushing? It looks highly unlikely now that we'll be in the first tranche, in which case the county council elections will go ahead next year, which I think was probably the reason why the county wanted to submit early. We need to talk to our residents first and then put a submission in, hopefully together with the two options. Like others, I do not believe we can stand still. It's got to be either a full unitary or a north and south. But how do we know that is what our residents want? How do we know? We've not talked to them. Well, actually, I think district and boroughs have started to talk to them because it's already now the conversations are out there. We've already talked to them. So I'm disappointed. I thought we worked really well together as districts and county during COVID. I think this is not the right time to be talking about unitary or north or south. I think we should be talking about consulting with our residents at the right time as to what we should go forward with. And I commend the debate. I think we've all got our own views, but I just do not think that we should be rushing into such an important decision. As the leader said, probably the most important decision we make. There's no need to rush into it. We haven't even seen the white paper. We should be delaying making any decision, and certainly until we've seen the white paper. But preparing in the meantime, as both county and district have done, with the fors and against. So as Anne quite rightly said, the report from the district only came out yesterday. So it's difficult. I have read it, sadly. I have read all 50 pages. But I don't want our residents to feel that we are taking the decision for them. They should have input on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Judy. The next speaker is Councillor Andy Cronk. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies for delay on muting. Right. Oh, it's fine. As a born and bred Warwickshire person, I was extremely proud to be elected to represent Southam, Stockton and Upton in Warwickshire County Council. I then realised that I'd become a corporate parent for the whole of Warwickshire, not just parochially, and my actions needed to be for the best of Warwickshire for all residents. I became a councillor to help people less fortunate than myself and to speak up for those who don't have a voice in all parts of the county, not just in my local area. As a twin hatter, this has been extremely difficult for me. I've received an email from the leader of STC and also a phone call from a member of the cabinet of STC. Never have I been so popular, or should I say unpopular even, with STC's political leadership. Having had almost 31 years experience as a local government accountant, I will unsurprisingly start with finance issues, although I will also examine other issues such as localism and the climate emergency. We all know that we're in challenging times. Hold on, your screen's just gone there, sorry. We are in challenging times. Unprecedented, the biggest crisis that this country is facing since World War II. Money will be tight, and unless things change and are done differently, Warwickshire residents face the prospect of reduced services and a significant increase in their council tax. One Warwickshire is a way of making significant savings to safeguard services and to invest in new ways of working, as well as investing in localism. Warwickshire County Council has a great track record in achieving its savings targets under 2020. Tens of millions of pounds, over 90% of its targets achieved and still work in progress. This is unheard of in all my time I spent in local government. These savings have enabled the county to remove the budget reduction requirements from our beloved Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Services that had been created by the previous administration, which I fully understand the reasons for doing so. But because of this track record in making savings and being prudent, we've been able to reduce those budget reduction requirements. This has been particularly pertinent during COVID, as Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Services responded magnificently and were a credit to the whole of Warwickshire, aiding all communities, but in particular the vulnerable and the shielding. I'm concerned how 2 new unitaries would affect fire and rescue and other county council services. Obviously, economies of scale are particularly important. Take grass cutting in the Southam area. Some parts are cut by the towns and parishes, others by the county, others by SCC, others by Orbit, the church and private organisations. My residents just see the council doing it and get frustrated when one public body tries to pass the buck to another and denies ownership or responsibility for that piece of land. Letting the grass grow under their feet, one might say. Sorry, there had to be one. One grass cutting contract for the whole of the area would make sense from a cost point of view, but also from a consistency point of view, as well as preventing lots of different contractors travelling many miles to come to our area to cut the grass. This is a great opportunity to reduce our carbon footprint and potentially get a local contractor to do it, boosting the local economy too. I'm sure the carbon footprint reductions can be applied to many more areas, which I'm sure our extremely capable portfolio holder, Councillor Timms, has already got in hand. We've talked about the north-south divide. In fact, in Stratford, there is almost like a west-east divide, Stratford district. My residents live a long way from Stratford, and some feel that they're out of sight and out of mind, and have taken a disproportionate amount of these new houses, compared to the rest of the district. The local Stratford District Independent Councillor, Tony Bromwich, has raised this several times at Stratford. Some of my residents, it's not a case of the better the devil will know. They feel one Warwickshire would be an opportunity to get more services for our area and even a presence locally. Councillor Horner's idea of a series of local area boards I fully support, and was pleased he mentioned quite independently, although I will buy him a drink later, the Southam area for one of those boards. Part of my ward borders Northamptonshire, and we're all aware of the immense upheaval it's gone through over the past few years, mainly caused by financial trouble. We're already aware that many districts and boroughs nationally are facing substantial income shortfalls, especially those with a tourism-based economy. I would not wish this to happen to Warwickshire. I would not wish to see a decision imposed by the government on Warwickshire. This is our opportunity to shape Warwickshire's future, and to do this, we have to be at the front of the queue. I've heard some are saying this is premature, but I'm a believer there is no time to present. The early bird catches the worm, and I don't want to be accused of fiddling whilst Rome burns. And now it is time to carpe diem. Councillor Morgan, I hope you're impressed. Let's seize the day. I support the motion. Let's move forwards, onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. The next speaker is Councillor Yusuf Darmash. Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that this has been a difficult issue to broach, and it will continue to be so moving forward. I think, sadly, that was inevitable, but equally, that's the beauty of democracy. It exists to enable difficult, often opposing, but important conversations, and we really shouldn't want it any other way. So I will be supporting the amended motion, and I'll be doing so because I have for many years in principle supported the idea of unitary authorities, and in Warwickshire I do believe the case for a single unitary makes the most sense. I know that others will disagree, but as I've said, that is the beauty of democracy. I'm not ideologically wedded to unitary councils, but if reorganisation is an inevitability and the status quo is not a medium or long-term option, which I believe is the case for a plethora of reasons, many related to the huge change in circumstances across the country due to the pandemic, then of all the options, a one Warwickshire model does strike me as being on balance the most appropriate and effective. I also am concerned about the very real potential for Warwickshire to be consumed by the West Midlands Combined Authority if one of the other models was put forward, and I don't believe that would be right for us. I never have. I've always been pretty firm in my belief that if Warwickshire's local authorities became full members of the Combined Authority, we'd end up being net contributors and not net recipients. But as the leader has stressed earlier in her opening remarks, I also think we should focus on what is in front of us today. And no matter the disagreements we may have on the issue, I want to stress that I do have the utmost respect for every member of the council. I know that at all times we all only ever act with what we believe is in the very best interests of the people we represent. But today, we will all be voting as county councillors to approve putting forward this council's case on potential future reorganisation. I just think that's the wholly right and democratic thing to do. Similarly, it will be the right and proper thing for the district and borough councils to do with their case for change in due course, if that's what their respective elected members choose to do. And I think we should all welcome the leader's call for this council to work with all the district and borough councils moving forward, and for the respective cases to be submitted to central government, if that's the decision of elected members on the respective district and boroughs. I think we should also all welcome and acknowledge the call to work constructively together moving forward. And I do think that's what all of our residents would expect of us at the very least. We have seen the district and borough report, which came out yesterday. I've been through it as best I can, and it concludes, as you'd expect, 2 unitaries better than 1. No surprise. Equally, no surprise that the county council report concludes that 1 is better than 2. It was always going to be thus. Again, I know some have given conflicting views, but I do think it's worth highlighting that the journey that has culminated in this council meeting was begun when the 2 district councils in the south of the county went public with their intention to pursue a change in their relationship, one which would, of course, have had a much wider impact on the county and all of its local authorities. So, given all of this, I do not believe it would be reasonable for the county council to be prevented from putting forward its case for potential future change in the structure of local government. I personally can't see a logical argument in stifling the county council's voice in the conversation, and this council and its elected members should not have their voices muted in any way. I just think that would be wrong. What's crucial is that all different views are heard as part of the conversation, and if the process of reorganisation is taken forward by central government in due course, and we don't have control as to when that will be, then I'll do everything that I can as a councillor to ensure that the people I represent have their voices heard. Since this issue was widely reported in the media, I've only actually had 1 email from a resident. It was a very intelligent, thoughtful email, but it's only been 1 all the same. So moving forward, I want to ensure that all the voices, far, far more voices from the people I'm fortunate to represent, are heard. So when this conversation progresses to a public consultation stage, I will certainly act in the spirit of dialectic at the forefront of my mind. I'll always be open, I'll be transparent about my views, and I'll respect everyone who thinks differently to how I do. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll be voting for the amended motion, as this is, as many others have said, one of the most important issues that we've ever had at this council, and I want to ensure that all sides of the argument are put forward to be considered, and that all sides of the debate become part of the wider conversation with all of Warwickshire residents when the time does come. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the democratic thing to do. And as a county councillor, I do feel a deep obligation to ensure that this council's voice is heard in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. I have been asked to read out the list of people who have indicated they wish to speak. I have 8 at the moment, and I will read them out in the order I've got them. First of all will be Parminder Singh Birdie, then Les Caborn, Pam Williams, Joe Barker, Heather Tim, Pete Gilbert, Cam Core. That's 8 to speak, and the first one is Parminder Singh Birdie. So Parminder, after you, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by acknowledging the utmost respect.
Parminder?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think
Hello,
there's some
we can hear you.
Yeah, I think there's some noise coming through. I'm not sure where from. Right, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me all?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging my utmost respect for
I
anyone
can hear you, Parminder. Please go ahead.
and everyone that gives time for public service. Council at our principal local authorities, towns, parishes, volunteer community groups, and many more. After all, we are the Warwickshire residents. I was elected county councillor to represent residents of Warwick South in 2017. So I'm one of the young learners. One of my 3 pledges to my residents was to seek local government reform and bring about unitary authority. That was in 2017. So you have to ask, why would an incoming councillor pledge to bring about a different organisation to one he's joining? My experience as Warwickshire resident for 45 years told me that current system was not working and residents were confused which council provides what service. My experience as a local business person over the last 30 years told me the same, that it was difficult to know which council provided what service. So that was my starting point. Every time I tried to discuss the issue with senior members, I was told the current national laws make it impossible, and you would need an act of parliament to change this. Well, we are given an opportunity by the proposed government white paper. One thing we can all agree on, that change is necessary. We need to reshape the future of local government in Warwickshire and give our residents and ratepayers better value for their money. We are beginning that process today. Decision today, members, is to start the process and start debating the future shape of local government. It's not the end. What we are not deciding today is the concept of single or double unitary, and that debate and detail will come later. Perhaps we are already running a form of unity through back door. I mean by that, majority of our members, 31, are dual headers, so they are running both councils at the same time. But maybe that could be done more efficiently. I have an open mind. Will take my time to review evidence and work to bring about a system that ensures operational efficiency, value for money, and democratic grassroots involvement in whatever we decide to do going forward. Members, we have an opportunity today to bring and enable start of that change. I'm extremely happy to support the substantive amended motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Parminder. Thank you very much. It's a great debate. We've got 11 speakers to come.
Chair, could I just interrupt and ask if the Labour group could have a short meeting, please? Recess.
You want to recess now? Yeah,
yes,
okay,
please.
That's fine. Yeah, okay.
Sorry
well,
to
we
put
will
in. Thank you.
Adjourn for 10 minutes then. If that's all right? Okay. the floor's yours. Councillor Les Cable.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're all of a mind that this is about service to our residents rather than ourselves or anything else. But I do think we're having a very different debate today than we did previously in 2015. But what I do know is the debate we had for an integrated care system last year, which I agree was before COVID, has been highlighted by many of today's speakers so far. I mean, Councillor Holland said, you know, the STP and by inference the Health and Wellbeing Board was there because 400 million had been cut from budget. It was there because if we didn't do something, 400 million would be what we had to find extra. And I think where we are with local government today is in a similar situation. Because of COVID, if we don't make changes, we will have a large debt we can neither service or able to manage. But I do want to concentrate on health, as many speakers have mentioned it. We moved to an integrated care system, and that is still moving forward and is on the government's agenda. And all parties are working on that agenda as part of COVID recovery. And that, as I say, is part of this debate. I mean, we have amassed a lot of effects and during the COVID. And our health protection scheme, which the county has put in place, is there for the next 18 months. So let us not anybody think we're on a short journey. But we need to use our health partnership and our health and social care sector to plan, and it should play a vital part in rebuilding our Warwickshire economy and moving our citizens into a better place. And in fact, both reports recognise that the health economy is a big issue and has a big impact, I say, on our economy in particular. But I did pick one in my short look at it last night. I did pick one point out, which you said, is that the male life expectancy is now 3.2 years between the north and the south. And in my time as a councillor, it means that working in partnership and working together, we have reduced that figure, and continuing to work in partnership, we can reduce that even more. That is why we've done our JSNAs. That is why we have got 3-place partnerships to do the best for our figures, our people we serve, and to work together. And our social care partnership with health across the whole of Warwickshire has had good reports during the COVID crisis and has made leaps forward in working together. We've had a good report by the LGA, and we've been good report from the CQC. And these are vital things we need to maintain throughout the future, and certainly during COVID. But both reports say change must happen. And I think we're all agreed on that, but we need to do that in unity. I've certainly discussed it with all my parishes, as indeed I did last time round when we had the public interest debate. They want clarity, and let us not underestimate our parish councils. I believe that offered more to do, more funding, more independence, they will step up to the plate. You know, people like being given, in some ways, call it power, but given more independence, given more authority, and able to really make difference into their community. So I will be supporting the motion. I think it is best for the health and well-being of our citizens, and it is the best way with double devolution, or call it what we will, giving more power to the people. Because if we do that, somebody earlier said there is strength in numbers, and our numbers are our community, and we give them more support, give them more powers, that will be returned and will be better authority and a better council for it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Les. The next speaker I have is Councillor Sarah Bode. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Those of us who've been here a long time this is not the first time that we've debated this. I have very strong memories of a public interest debate on unitary and the role of town and parish councils going back quite some time. I seem to remember falling out with various members from various bits of the county on various things. It's a very, very strongly thought of issue, I think, unitary councils, and people have very strong views depending on where they sit. There is a lot of duplication. There is a lot of misunderstanding. We've all, I was a twin hatter for a short time, and have now just on the county and the town. But many of us have stood, haven't we, looking at pieces of grass and wondering which council's due to cut it, or looking at bits of land and wondering who owns it. And a lot of that duplication could be taken away. The one that always strikes me is waste. We have the county council disposing of waste. We have the districts and boroughs collecting the waste. We have some DLOs, some not DLOs. I'm told there's somewhere on the boundary between Nuneaton and Bedworth and North Warwickshire, where the North Warwickshire lorry drives into Nuneaton and Bedworth and then down a cul-de-sac back into North Warwickshire to collect the rubbish and then back out again. I'm sure the Waste Partnership over many years has tried to bring about savings and joint working, harmonisation of contracts, and it has never worked. And I do think we can talk about the strengths of enhanced two-tier working, but I fear that it will not deliver. It never has delivered. We've talked about it many times, but it's never delivered. The main thing I want to talk about is the role of town and parish councils. I should perhaps declare an interest as the Vice Chair of WALC, the Warwickshire Association of Local Councils, and we have in membership town and parish councils from all over Warwickshire, with two major exceptions: the entirety of Nuneaton and Bedworth and the town of Rugby. And for me, the only way a unitary council would work, and whether that's one or two, is with a very, very strong role for the town and parish sector. We must have that. I'm glad to see that both papers, the districts one on page 34 and the county one on page 47, both talk about the strength of parish councils, double devolution, etc. But these must not just be idle words. They must absolutely be written in stone. And I'm very glad that the motion actually refers to double devolution, moving influence and power closer to communities, levelling up health and well-being and tackling inequalities. As someone who represents the most deprived part of Warwick District Council area, I absolutely see the point about inequalities every day. Leamington has only had a parish council since 2002, and that was brought about by local residents wanting to have their voice heard, separate from the voice of Warwick District or Warwickshire County Council. And to me, the only way this can proceed properly is for town and parish councils to be established all over the county, and for those town and parish councils to have a very, very strong role in the governance of our county. I point you to Wiltshire, where Salisbury, for example, town council or the city council of Salisbury, very similar in Leamington in size, has a budget of something over £2 million, because they do all the parks and gardens. They do lots of other stuff that the old districts used to do before reorganisation. And to me, if a county doing all these services would be very remote, whereas if you have a strong Leamington Town Council or a Atherstone Town Council or a Nuneaton Town Council or a Weddington Parish Council, actually they could be taking on those services and actually bringing services closer to the people. Another interesting place to look at is Milton Keynes. The entirety of Milton Keynes is parished, even the centre of Milton Keynes, and there Milton Keynes Principal Council offers out money to its town and parish councils to take on such things as looking after green spaces. So there are lots of models out there as to how we can actually work properly with town and parish councils. But I would hesitate to say that we should rush forward with this and sending in the papers into government until we've actually thought very carefully about how all this is going to work, and making sure that this stuff does not get lost in the rush to send stuff in. Our amendment, which has been accepted, talks about the power of having a citizens' jury. And I remember having a residents' panel, we had one of these a few years ago looking at the fire service, which worked extremely successfully. And I think there are lots of things that we can do to actually work more constructively together and try and get rid of some of the silos and the geographical communities that we have ourselves in, and some of those old loyalties where people only care particularly about the council they sit on. To answer Leslie's point about the strong role for parish and town councils, I would encourage him to encourage his parish and town councils or parish councils to attend a meeting that I've organised next Tuesday via Walk and the Warwick area, where we're actually going to look at the role of town and parish councils in a unitary situation in Warwick district. And I do hope that town and parish councils can actually, particularly where they're small, can form themselves into groups, so they're in a much better situation to be able to take on services and actually bring their services closer back to their residents. So I support this motion going forward. I think we need to look very carefully at the role of town and parish councils to make this work properly across the whole county. We actually need to look at a residents panel so we can actually communicate properly with our residents. I suspect many of our residents don't really care what happens at the principal council level. They just want their services that they care about and the things that they report to be acted on, and they want their councillors to be doing a good job. So town and parish councils must be strong going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Councillor Seb Graham. Seb.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the way the meeting is being conducted. I knew that today's vote would generate a lot of interest and debate because ultimately it's about our jobs and positions. And to be honest, that's the least important aspect of local government to me. Recent meetings and discourse have proven that less politicians is probably just what we need. And as a twin hatter, I'd be perfectly happy to surrender my borough allowance, even if it means that Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council, the authority that's caused so much misery for many of my residents, never lets us down again. However, it's also important that we don't replace the old councils with a system that's even less effective. Bedworth shouldn't be governed entirely by councillors who have little or nothing to do with our area, who don't even know the difference between Nuneaton and Bedworth. Some call us Bedford. The clue should be in the name, Bedfords and Bedfordshire. Nor should we be governed, by the way, by the West Midlands, who I fear are content to take our precepts and build on our land if we were to join them. It's not yet clear to me whether single or dual unitary is a better option, but it is clear so far that the status quo isn't acceptable. It's also important that the outcome of this vote and the devolution agenda, which I wholeheartedly support, is more autonomy and less hassle for my residents. No more, it's not our responsibility, it's the borough, it's not our responsibility, it's the county. That's not what I got into politics for, and my residents aren't about that life. I personally have no position or job to jockey for, except for my own borough and county seats, and that doesn't factor into my decision today because ultimately I trust the judgment of my residents to make the right decisions for them. Nor should it factor into our decisions, by the way. It's very possible that few, if any of us, may even be elected to any hypothetical future authority. And let's face it, if it's doing its job right, it will outlast a lot of us. There's more to this discussion than who holds which portfolio or which group maintains most influence in which area. The only people, to be honest, who have personally lobbied me on the unitary issue so far are councillors or those that aspire to be. But I do think that the public will care when it becomes clear what this means for our economy, council tax rates, schools, health and social care, and local plans. For me, the first test is autonomy, ensuring that abolishing the old authorities results in more decisions being made in Bedworth by local people, through a town council, new parish councils where they may be wanted, much cheaper and closer than a borough council incidentally. Also, through as many decisions as possible being decided by area-specific committees. Particularly on planning matters, that's important, and there is a lot of precedent for that in other unitary authorities. The second test for me is consultation. We must explain to the public as impartially and honestly as possible the advantages and disadvantages of each option. We also can't proceed any further without having this conversation with the people whose taxes pay for our allowances. Without cast iron guarantees on either of these tests, it is difficult to support unitary other than in principle at this stage. However, without this report being submitted, central government will only have the district level report to consider, which I consider to only be one half of the story. With the best will in the world, we can't expect documents published by district or county councils to be completely unbiased. They're going to be biased towards what they believe their version of the status quo should be. And there's merits in both reports. There's also a lot of problems with both. Therefore, I believe this report should also be submitted along with the borough report for further consideration to central government. So I will be voting to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Seb. The next speaker is Councillor Pam Williams.
Chair, we have an amendment to add. Can I perhaps bring that in after Pam has spoken?
Okay.
I'll just take advice on this, so just hang on a minute. Dave, I've taken advice. Put your hand to speak up now, and then all the other speakers that are indicated already must be allowed to speak first before you put forward your amendment.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So the next speaker is Pam Williams. Pam.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I, like Andy Crump, was born and raised in Warwickshire. I went to school in Warwickshire and I worked for Warwickshire County Council. So I was delighted and very proud when I was elected in 2017 to represent the people of Woodlows and All Saints. I think this debate is interesting because this is an issue that has been around such a long time, and in fact it's something that comes up nearly every day. It's very difficult for the county and the districts to manage the interface between the county and the districts. It's frustrating for us as councillors. It's almost impossible for the officers on many occasions. And it's very confusing for our residents. And these are points that a lot of us have made. Also, I think we all realise that we have got to reform. Change is challenging. It is always challenging. But we have shown during this pandemic that we are up for a challenge, and that we can cope with the challenge, and that we actually do really well when we come together and discuss things, debate things as we have done today, and we come up with good solutions for the residents that we serve. I'm very, very keen and I'm passionate to make sure that we do the best for our residents and that we make sure that we go forward in a positive way and we save money. The way that we are working at the moment is expensive and wasteful. It's extremely wasteful, and I think our residents realise that. They raise it with me all the time about why can't we do things more sensibly. They want to see a more common sense, more sensible, more grounded, more down-to-earth approach with the way that we manage the services that we provide. And I've always felt this from when I was a young social worker to now working for the people of Warwickshire. So I am going to support this motion and the friendly amendment, and I'm really pleased to hear that everybody does want to look at reform in whatever way. And I would ask that everybody comes together to support the motion in the best interests of the people of Warwickshire. Thank you, Chair. Can't hear you.
I've got a list of 9 speakers to speak before Dave Parsons can come in and give his amendment. And the list in front of me is Claire Golby, Dave Riley, Heather Timms, Andy Jens, Neil Dervix, Heather Timms, Jeff Clark, Cam Core, Joe Barker, Pete Gilbert, and then it'll be Dave Parsons. So we start off with Claire Golby. Claire.
I believe Joe was before me, Chair.
Well, my list has been, I've been given a updated list.
Okay.
And I've got to follow one. So, Claire.
Is my camera on? Yeah. So, I'm actually going to support what's in front of us today. On the basis that I believe that it's incumbent on us to show the people of Warwickshire the full picture. I've heard a lot about the arguments for and against unitary, but we need to be clear that both the district and borough documents and our document all say unitary is the way forward. So this is not, as has been played out in the press, a power grab, because we all actually agree at all levels that unitary is the way forward. It also needs clarifying that unitary actually means all the councils, including Warwickshire County Council, are dissolved. So again, selling it as a power grab by one council or another is fundamentally wrong, because none of the councils will exist to grab power. Whether that's accepted by certain quarters or not, I don't know, but it is actually a fact. I've said back at Nuneaton and Bedworth, and to anybody that's asked, I think everybody should get full sight of everything and get engagement on that basis. And to do that, I think we do need to see all the documents. I know that there are some queries about what's contained in the document that's in front of us today. And you know, there's stuff in every document that is going forward that I don't agree with, but I don't think that those documents should be held back in favour of any other district or borough. I think they all need to go, and it all needs to be a level playing field. And we do actually say in the PwC document that's in front of us about what the next steps are as far as the engagement with residents goes. And I think before we can do that, we actually have to have an invitation from government so we know what we need to engage on. Otherwise, we're going to have consultations upon consultation upon consultation, and people are just going to get fatigued with it all. And we need to get people's valid opinions, and we need people to engage, and if they're fatigued by everything, that's not going to happen. It was mentioned earlier on about the struggles for twin hatters. I'm a twin hatter, so effectively I am a unitary councillor. And again, that's the point that I've laboured in other areas, and it shouldn't be lost on anybody. So unitary works through me as a councillor already, but it does duplicate costs, and it does elongate things, and it does introduce bureaucracy, which is something that we would need to look at getting away from. Whatever form of unitary that comes along, I will only support as long as local residents get to deal with local issues better than they do at the moment. You know, I've got a perfect example in my ward where as a councillor I stood up in the council chamber and said on behalf of my residents not to do something, and then it was voted through by people who have never even been to my division. That has to stop. That cannot happen again, and under any unitary that shouldn't happen again. I've said I've got concerns with both documents, and I have, because the other document that's being presented is being presented by other councils, I hasten to add, actually labours heavily on the fact that 2 unitaries will only succeed if you are part of the West Midlands Combined Authority. And that really does make me nervous. And when I say members, I mean full constituent members, not the non-constituent members that we are in Nuneaton and Bedworth right now. And I think if people are explained properly what our document contains and what the other document contains, and they're put side by side, it's only natural for people to draw their own conclusions on that. The finances in our document was mentioned before. Well, the finances, I believe, have been drawn up from publicly available information from all the districts and boroughs, because we all publish our budgets and finances every year, so it's all out there for everybody to check. So, I mean, I haven't got any parishes. Nuneaton and Bedworth haven't got parishes, so I'm not entirely wedded to the parish council system because I don't know enough about it, but I'm happy to be guided by others that do. I do again labour on the fact that local decision making needs to be a priority in all of this, and I'm not sure whether that's being considered with the West Midlands Combined Authority option, because I'm not sure, but that's an argument for another day anyway. I haven't received any emails other than a few queries, and once they've been answered, it's been thank you very much. But no, I haven't had a raft of emails of people telling me that this is the worst thing in the world and don't do it. And well, I have, but those are from people who are trying to lobby me, and those have been from other councillors, I have to say. I would like to kind of leave everybody with the thought that I wonder if some of the people who are telling us not to put our document forward today would be willing tomorrow to put the districts and boroughs' point of view forward. And I think that's probably something that will come out in the coming days and weeks. But I'd like to leave it there. But I support this document going forward, and I also support the districts and borough documents bringing their documents forward. And we need to see everything out in the open and free discussion on all. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Next speaker is Councillor Dave Riley. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I welcome today's debate on how to make local government more efficient and more effective. However, I am sorry to say I cannot support the recommendation as published. Today's debate is about a white paper that is not yet published. I don't know what that white paper says about critical matters such as council structures, population sizes, the democratic process, such as elected mayors, or indeed the application process by which local governments make application. I fundamentally believe, Mr. Chairman, that a full, open and transparent discussion on the future of local government is needed with all stakeholders once the white paper is published. For all those colleagues who have commented today, I think it's worth we remember that we're talking about future council tax bills. We remember that we're talking about the jobs of people working in local government at county council, at district and borough, and at town council level. And finally, we're really talking about how best to deliver quality services to our resident and business communities. Mr. Chairman, it strikes me that we have time to have a full, open and transparent debate. The last I understood, the white paper was going to ask for submissions by November 2021. That's over a year away. Mr. Chairman, let us make time for this debate once we know the facts of the white paper. Without a full, open and transparent debate, I'm sorry, but I cannot support this recommendation.
Thank you, Dave. The next speaker is Councillor Andy Jens. Andy. Andy, are you there?
Sorry, it appears I hadn't unmuted myself. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to agree with much of what Councillor Riley has just said. Like several other people have spoken today, I speak as a so-called triple hatter. In all of the in all of those councils where I represent people, I believe I've been represented to, first and foremost, to stand up for the views of local residents and local communities. As a councillor, I've got to know many of those residents very well, and since 2017 I pride myself on having built a really strong relationship and a trusting relationship with the various parish councils in my division, as well as with community groups and residents and several small businesses, and as a result I know just how strongly residents and parish councils feel about the proposals that we're discussing today. After the recent cabinet meeting, my phone suddenly went mad and my emails went mad with messages mainly from parish councillors, but also from some residents. And I know that might not be the case in all areas, but it's certainly true in this area that people, and particularly parish councils, feel very strongly about this. Now, this doesn't mean that I think there's no need for change. I mean, clearly there is, and it doesn't mean that I rule out ultimately supporting a unitary county-wide authority or two authorities. I mean, we should all keep an open mind about these things, and I certainly do have an open mind. But it does mean I'm unable to support submitting a report to the government until local people have been properly and consulted in a proper and wide-ranging consultation. In short, I really think we shouldn't be making any decision at this stage. We should be waiting for the white paper, waiting to see what the white paper says, and then moving forward from there with whatever businesses, residents, parish councils and others feel is the best way that they can be represented at the local level. For this reason, Chair, I can't support the motion today, and I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. The next speaker is Councillor Neil Dervix. Neil.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a long debate and it could continue for an awful lot longer, so I'll try and keep my comments as brief as possible. There have been many comments from different viewpoints across the council, which I can agree with, particularly the one from Councillor Golby about making sure that this process should be open, clear and transparent for everybody. That seems to be a sentiment that is coming from all areas of the council, whatever people's views are. And I can fully support that. However, I can't support the conclusion that she comes to following that. And it's not just her, she was the most recent one to express the view that we should accept this motion in its entirety. I think that the motion has got a lot of merit in it about consulting with residents and other stakeholders in this process. But I cannot agree with the first part of it, and in fact the last part of it, about sending this to MHCLG at this stage. I think that contrary to what is being claimed, this really doesn't sit well with the idea of proper democracy and openness, because it is pushing through an idea, a plan, before it has been consulted on. And I think that really is not in keeping with the aims that we have. I think that Councillor Bell and Councillor Riley and Councillor Jens and many others from further south in the county have put very good arguments in support of the majority of this motion, but cannot support it. And I'm afraid that I am in that position as well, because I can't support in its present form the first part of the substantive motion or the final part of it. I said I would keep it short, and that is my aim now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil. The next speaker is Councillor Heather Timms. Heather.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm a twin hatter in Rugby Borough Council, and I know that we've had this debate so many times. I hope we're not going to have it again. To my mind, we need to start a journey and agree a way forward to a new model of local government in Warwickshire, whatever the format. We know that the current structure cannot support our ambitions to provide residents with high quality, cost effective services. As a climate change champion, I know we have lots to tackle, and to do that we will need money. And we know that changing the model of local government will save money. Not our money, our residents' money. It belongs to them. We could use those savings for better delivery of services right across my portfolio, from waste through to heritage and culture, country parks, tourism, etc. Let's start joining up the dots better. We cannot just keep increasing council tax or changing services. We heard impassioned pleas from residents earlier with regard to SEND. We only have to look across the boundary to Northamptonshire with an imposed solution to see what the impact of running out of money does to roads, children's services, etc. COVID has damaged us. We cannot and should not just wait until we're likely to be in that position. We have built into our recovery plans the whole climate change thread, and we all desire to see Warwickshire at the forefront of the green economy. This can be done in conjunction with starting this journey of shaping the best outcome, and I make no apologies for apparently being in a rush to get this done. We all know the process will take years. To my mind, that's not a rush. Making the decision today gives us plenty of time for informed local debates with residents to really understand what double devolution in Warwickshire could really look like, with residents having a say in what the final outcome is, whether that is parish and town council, local boards for larger towns, etc., enabling them to have a real influence wherever they live. We have the opportunity and the time to involve the whole county in the final outcome and really make sure they understand the journey we're on. I totally believe residents should be at the forefront of everything. So let's get this done and let's get talking to them, not amongst ourselves. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Next speaker is Councillor Jeff Clark. Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, very impassioned debate in some parts and very understandable concerns in others. My question probably would be, how long? How long do we wait? You know, do we wait a few weeks? Do we wait 12 months? How long is long enough? Now is the time. You know, we know councillors across all districts, boroughs and the county have identified that there's a need to change. How long must we wait to do that change? We've got to make those movements now. We've both had reports prepared, both the county's report and the districts and boroughs. There is ample opportunity to study those reports as we move forward, but now is the time that we should be looking to make those changes that everybody recognises are needed and must go forward to ensure that the services that we offer to the residents across the whole of the county, and I think it's quite important, you know, that we look at this as a whole county, to be honest with you. That would be probably my predisposition at the moment. Yes, there may be arguments for one or two authorities, but I think there's opportunity here to ensure that whatever we do it in a timely manner, as I say, and working together with the districts, boroughs. I'm welcoming the amendment that's been put, which enables the community to get involved. I would like to see probably double devolution type of thing so that we have that local representation. I think that's essential, particularly in areas where that's been lacking for a number of years. I think there's opportunity there to deliver more for particularly the urban area of Nuneaton and Bedworth, which is where I have some affinity to. But I think now is the time to be doing this. The customer journey, as I say, could be significantly improved if we were to do a more unitary approach. No longer, as has been said, would residents have to speak to another councillor if it's not, you know, their role? It would be one councillor to get the gullies cleaned, signs cleaned, potholes repaired, dog bins, waste bins, and waste bins have been a particularly issue, as Councillor Timms referred to. You know, we've tried for years to work with districts and boroughs to get some sort of unanimity around that to try and deliver these better services. it's not happened as we would have liked it. I think this is an opportunity, and now we should be moving towards that as we can, along with our districts and boroughs, and the residents and the Welk and the parish and town councils as well. I think there's an opportunity for everyone to put in input there, but I will be supporting the motion as is set out. Now is the time to be doing this, not wait another 12 months and then start again. Let's do it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Jeff. Next speaker is Councillor Cam Core. Cam.
Just unmuting myself, Chair.
Good girl.
Thank you. We can't wait. We simply cannot wait. You know, I've listened to all our members today who have spoken, and many of you have spoken with passion. Many of you have spoken about how difficult it is to make the decision on how to vote today. At the end of the day, the most common themes that everybody has spoken about is change and finance, but no one has mentioned transformation. This is an opportunity to make our county greater than I believe it already is. Councillor Caborn picked up on health and is a great example of partnership and joined up collaborative working. We could have a systematic front door approach across Warwickshire for all its services, which would be less confusing for our residents. The list and opportunities, Chair, are endless. We cannot remain in the status quo, and anybody who thinks to do so is simply sticking their head in the sand. We know that finance, not only in Warwickshire County Council, is going to be tough over the next 5 years, but the acknowledgement by the two district councils who have technically triggered this debate to the forefront is based also on finance. Councillor Timms mentioned Northamptonshire unfortunate circumstances. I would not ever look to see us in that same place. And for those very reasons, Chair, I will be supporting the substantive motion inclusive of the friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cam. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Joe Barker. Joe.
Sorry, too many buttons to press and I had to turn my fan off. Last night, instead of reading the Deloitte's report, I was called out to a distressed resident. I picked up the vicar en route because I knew this was going to be a tricky one, and we went out on an intervention. A few hours, crisis calls, and the police finally turning up, and I came home. That's why I became a councillor, to be there for my residents. And I am. I'm a triple hatter, as so many of us are, so the question of which council does what is Joe does it. I understand why the government has decided that now is not the time for the white paper and has put it back. We really have a lot of other things going on. I've watched a little bit of Boris's announcements today about the changes to the COVID rules because everyone is so concerned about those. And with all that going on in the background, we don't need to reorganise at the moment. Reorganisation is necessary, but at the moment, no. Honestly, I would rather be working on solutions to making sure that our kids can stay in school and don't have to keep coming out fortnight by fortnight, shielding the vulnerable and getting our local economy back on track. But we're here. We don't need to do this now, as I've said, but SDC and WDC some months back made common cause because we needed to, and that common cause was as a super district. Whilst it might preempt unitary, that wasn't the reason for doing it. The reason for doing it was because, quite honestly, we have no choice. Just a point about the West Midlands Combined Authority and the LEP. There have been some negative things said, and in the beginning, when we voted to join as non-constituent members in SDC, I voted against that. We then had a revote, which some of you may remember, and I was one of the ones who changed my mind because as the facts changed, my mind was changed too. Please bear that one in mind as you vote on this. WMCA is not some evil, huge conglomerate. It's a useful, huge conglomerate. In Stratford, we've undoubtedly had investment from the lab to help us sort things out, but also we've had road improvements, and they've been brought about by the WMCA. And instead of actually standing on the sidelines carping about it, we're involved. We have seats on the investment board, and we're there as active, respected, non-constituent members. I'd like to associate myself with many of the comments made by colleagues today, particularly Councillors Phelps and Parry, with whom I completely agree. And finally, during this meeting, I've been WhatsApping my distressed residents and their family. So I'll be glad to get off here as soon as possible so I can go and visit them and see what else I can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your input. Next speaker I've got on my list is Councillor Pete Gilbert. Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will test your patience probably a little more today. Obviously, as Vice Chairman to you, I'm aware that really it's not conventional for the Vice Chairman to always speak in debates, but this is a subject that I believe is too important to miss. Mr. Chairman, I agree a little with Joe about what we are in this to do and what we are here to deal with. It was a refreshing change for me last night to be out with an officer looking at a parking issue. And as all councillors know, the one thing that we have to deal with is parking issues a lot. But I was thankful of the change to actually listen to some of the residents' issues and what they're facing and to try and resolve those issues. That is important and must never be missed. And in recent weeks and months, I feel that we possibly have sometimes missed what the real point is and why we're really elected. Many councillors have spoken here today about their position, whether it be on one council or another. I'm in a unique position for some. I am only elected to represent Bedworth West at this council, and that's what I shall do today. The community I represent and have represented for the last 3.5 years is a fantastic place, and I cannot speak any greater for the people of that community, their personality, their humour, their dint of determination, their spirit. And it's been a real pleasure to represent them here, to actually articulate an argument and a message that they have and the concerns they have. And I can tell you that one of the concerns they always have is about autonomy and about representation. And that should never be lost in any form of government. And I would hope whatever happens in the future, that would always be a major consideration to whoever designs this policy and whoever designs how this government looks, local government. We are aware there needs to be change. Anybody who sits here or any other place who believes there's no need for change, then they are mistaken. There is, and I respect all the opinions I've heard at this meeting today. But this is the beginning of a conversation. It's the beginning of a process. I know for a fact that I won't be here when the substance of this debate is talked about and spoken of, or the substance of the debate at the borough and district level. But this should never be about short-term agendas, short-term goals. It should be about the future of local government and the future of representation for the people that pay for it. We should seize this opportunity to begin the conversation, and so should other councils, and councillors who sit in those places should do what they want. This is an opportunity for us to design government in the eye of democracy. Those of us that are a part of it know that sometimes that can be missed, and we all know what goes on. I, like many, will probably be thankful over the next 3-4 days that I won't be spoken to by any councillors, and don't worry, I won't be phoning you either. We need to make a decision here, and the decision is to start the discussion, the conversation, and I have no problem with that. But rest assured, colleagues, whoever's in this place or another, when you make this decision, if I feel you have gone off the tracks of autonomy, if I feel you have ignored democracy and you don't consider its importance in our structure of government, I will be speaking from the public gallery. which, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for allowing that opportunity here today, because it's not always a given in other places. But debate, discussion is important, and this is just the start of it. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Pete. The last person I've got on my list to speak is Dave Parsons, and I know Dave is going to propose a Labour amendment. So I've been taking advice, and I've got this advice to give members. Ordinarily, in a debate like this, members are only allowed to speak once. But I am prepared to exercise discretion to allow any members to speak to the Labour amendment. If they've already spoken, they must restrict their address to the amendment as proposed, not revisit or repeat what they've said before. So if they want to speak to the amendment, anybody can from now on. Thank you for that. So
sorry to break in, Chair.
Over to you, Dave.
Sorry to break in, Chair, but Councillor Panda has had his hand up for some time.
No, he was after Dave, and I'm afraid that I'd already said that we'd restrict debate after that. So I've taken advice. So no, the next speaker is Dave Parsons, who's going to propose a Labour amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank you for your indulgence there. It's been a difficult day, really quite a rush day in many ways, and we've listened to the debate and been influenced by the debate. I think the point that Councillor Chilvers made about setting rabbits running was a very important one. Councillors Riley, Bell, Jens and Dervix have all made the point that there is no rush in this. And the real problem is that, of course, we've heard a lot about the white paper. We've heard a lot about what's going to be in the white paper, but we don't know. We don't know what the outcome of the white paper will be, and that will influence the course of what happens with this decision, basically. And in the light of that, we feel that that what we have to do is to actually see the white paper for itself. We can't argue against something we haven't got, that we don't know, and that this is a vital situation. We've got a lot of time. There is no need to push this debate forward at this point in time. We don't know the direction of the white paper with certainty, and it could very much affect the outcome of this. Once we've started this debate, we will be subject to the whim of the white paper, and that's not an acceptable situation. That's not putting ourselves or the districts in control at all. That's actually starting a process where we don't know where the outcome will be. So I would encourage members to support our amendment, which I think is about to appear on the screen.
So, Dave, you have to say that you are proposing the amendment.
I am proposing the amendment. Thank you, Chair. Yes. Yes, I think the amendment is about to appear. Yeah. There it is.
And do you have a seconder?
Yes, I have a seconder.
Yes, Chair. This is Helen Adkins. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the Labour amendment is on the screen, and if you want a minute to look at it, and then I will take speakers. Okay, I can absorb that. I do have Jeff Clark has his hand up. Did you want to speak, Jeff? No, Bagwant, you wanted to speak, didn't you?
Sorry, that was an old hand, Chairman.
Well, you are an old hand, but anyway. Bagwant Panda wants to speak. Bagwant, over to you. Are you there, Bagwant?
Sorry, I muted now. Thank you, Chair. I'm hearing about white paper and why rush. We are only asking to engage the and to consult the government. This will be whatever will be decision made. That will be after white paper comes. When the white paper comes, then the the people are going to say, residents, stakeholders, everybody will be, whatever they want to say, whether single or double or anything, that will be done after. At the moment, report has been prepared by the Warwickshire County Council and also the district and borough councils. So we are only sending those reports to the government, Ministry of Housing and CLG. But then they are going to consult. Then whatever the decision comes, that will be depending upon the consultation. And if we keep on waiting, then after the white paper comes, then we consult, and then so that will maybe take few years. But everybody know we need a change. Nobody denying that to save money and to have a better services, we need a change. So that's why I'm saying that why should we wait? We should send the white papers, and then the process will start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhagwant. Now, do I have any more speakers who want to speak to the Labour amendment? In that case, I'd like to ask the seconder of the amendment, Helen Adkins.
Chairman, I think you've got myself and Councillor Condicall.
Sorry about this. I think I'm having a bit of a problem with hands appearing on my screen. Okay, John Horner, you next.
Thanks very much. Also, Keith Condicall's on the screen as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah. Just speaking to this particular amendment, I've obviously said I support the unitary with a degree of local control, significant local control for the 40% that isn't social care. We can't support the Labour amendment because, believe it or not, I don't think the white paper will make much difference. The minister can already accept, as he has done with Buckinghamshire, any unitary application. The issue is we should define what we want. The danger of the white paper is that it comes out and it's not something we want. It probably will be directive, and it'll probably be unitary of whether the minister said 600,000 or 300,000 is up for debate, but we shall see. But it'll almost be something in that region. So my vote is going to go for rejecting this amendment and voting for immediate submission of the two reports, with a view that we do need greater number of councillors and more local representation. Thank you, Chairman. I think we've lost the chairman. Could somebody take...
Just one moment, please.
Okay, sorry. Pray continue, John.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd already finished.
Right, sorry about that. I got
Don't worry.
Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Keith Kondaga. Keith.
Very briefly, I think there is some merit in finding out what's in the white paper, because in addition to redrawing boundaries, there may be the possibility of reforming and having a 21st century voting system. I mentioned the alternate vote earlier, or the additional seat, and I think we do need to know what's on offer before we choose one or two unitaries. So I see some merit, as long as it's not a long delay, in actually knowing if we can have a better system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. Are there any other speakers who want to speak to the Labour amendment?
Yes. Chair, I have my hand up.
Yeah, I can see you now. If you just come up. Councillor Camcall.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say I can't see much difference between the amendment that was pulled by Labour and this one. Both suggested to delay, and therefore I will not be voting for this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cam. Councillor Les Caborn. Les.
Thanks, Chair. No, I will not support this. This looks like, let's do policy on the hoof and see where we might get. I thought we had the motions on the table. We were debating them, and that debate has not concluded because we haven't had the vote. So I think this is premature. We'll not support it in any way.
Thank you, Les. I have no other speakers who want. Councillor, I'm having a problem with people with hands showing up, or if it's a delayed reaction. Councillor Second.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the Labour group who have put forward this proposal. It is, as has been said, it is just a rehash of the earlier motion, and I believe that what we need to do is get on and show the leadership that we have always done in the past. This is about asking for a start of a conversation. It's always been very clear that once the conversation starts, and MHCLG, whenever they do get a submission from a council, will ask for all councils to engage in the discussion. At that point, they will then require an engagement process to take place. So we are going about this in the correct order. We have heard rumours about delays in the white paper. There is no evidence at this point about that. And whatever happens with that white paper, what we have always done is shown the leadership that we believe is necessary for our residents and that we believe will serve them well and deliver the best services. All of this has been about ensuring the future will be maintained and that we will be able to do our best to honour those residents. I think it's an interesting thing to speculate that we are here in a moment in time. These local councils and democracy has changed and has evolved over decades, not quickly, like much in local government, it doesn't happen quickly. However, I wonder if, when we can remember that we had urban borough councils and rural district councils, if they sat there saying the same sort of things as we are now, because I don't see a cry for a return to that. However, we must always morph and change to make ourselves relevant for the future. And now more than ever, when we've got COVID crisis that has been going on now for 6 months or so, and we're about to face another winter of real uncertainty, when we've got businesses that may not survive, when we've got jobs that will be lost to our residents, when there's going to be a real uncertainty about what they can afford in the future. And that, of course, applies to our finances and our ability to deliver services. I think many have spoken really well today, and it is absolutely now time to consider that we start to shape the future and shape it together with all those other councillors who have been elected by their communities to shape that for the future. I do believe that we should now get on and we go back to the amended resolution that I put at the beginning of this day. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Izzy. Our next speaker is Councillor Margaret Bell. Margaret.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, whilst, I mean, you all know my views, I've expressed them clearly, and whilst this goes some way towards that, I'm still concerned. My main points were to get consultation going so that when the white paper comes out and we know more about what people want, we know more ourselves, we will know what to send to the government. And we don't know yet whether it'll be these 2 reports or these 2 reports plus something else, or perhaps something completely different. So it's whilst I understand the spirit of the Labour amendment, and as I say, it goes some way towards what my concerns are, and I might add, I don't like having this at the last minute presented to us and having to make a decision, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Margaret. Next, I've got Councillor Jerry Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought in the spirit of time of day that perhaps I'll wrap all my comments into one, if you like, because I won't be supporting the Labour amendment, as you can imagine. So with, if it's okay with you, I'll do the whole thing as one to save a bit of time, hopefully. I'm one of those twin-hatted individuals from the celestial city of Rugby, and I love local government. I did stand as a parliamentary candidate, but I saw the error of my ways and came back to local government because of what it stands for. But my starting point is the two-tier system in Warwickshire creaking. It is, and you can see that. Now, I haven't heard anybody today speak against that. They've all spoken about change, and I can have to say it's been a very good debate today, and there's been some very good speeches. But you know, change is there. And last December, we did see in the Conservative manifesto, as they stormed to their great victory, as they call it, their commitment to local government to reform it, proclaiming a white paper. The new government was making it clear of its intent for reform, and I haven't heard anything different. The white paper may get delayed, but as Councillor John Horner has said, nothing has changed because anybody can make a submission at any time during the process. And the white paper may come before Christmas, it may be before, we don't know. But the commitment by the government for change is clearly there, and the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have not changed their view. Second, I've heard a lot about the leaders of Warwick and Stratford district councils, and I'm sure with all good intent they actually went forward on reform, but they lifted the lid on that, and by lifting the lid they actually didn't realise what they would unleash or what would happen. As somebody who's been around Warwickshire politics for a few years, this issue has been rumbling away in the undergrowth non-stop. Third was the financial settlements, which we've heard something about for local government. It's getting ever tighter, extra reforms, business rates, the comprehensive spending settlement. Our future is very certain. And of course, with COVID-19 and the pandemic and everything that's being paid out and the money coming from the Exchequer, I'm sure there's somebody in a little office down in London in the Treasury who's got a spreadsheet with an invoice, building the invoices up for local authorities, because at some point it's all going to have to be paid back. Mr. Chairman, so change is there. It's something that we may not want, but local government reform is going to happen at some stage. This is about the third time I've been down this particular road, and this debate has got stronger every time. So change, as I said, will happen. Everyone as normal, though, which is quite common in these positions, takes out the hand grenades, digs ever deeper trenches, and they start throwing stuff at each other. We both have had consultants' reports, and I was in deep shock with Price Waterhouse, and I was in even greater, deeper shock when I picked up the Deloitte report yesterday and had a quick read of it last night. You know, it came out with some massive surprises, didn't it? And I think, you know, he who pays the piper plays the tune comes to mind. But nationally, the County Council network and the District Council network are also throwing reports at each other. So we're caught up in some of this national discussion that is taking place. The amendment that we moved earlier on, which has been accepted, sought to make the recommendation stronger, and we'll be allowing a residents panel to get involved, we think is right. The principles, as outlined in point 2,
Jerry, you're muted. Go back to your point about the residents panel.
I don't know. Well, somebody. I was just saying that in paragraph 2, the principles are outlined is the main recommendation are the right ones, and I want to thank officers and the other leaders for accepting the drafting comments which I made at the time as it was circulated. Does any of this stop us any of the work that needs to be done now? No. Does delay and waiting for the white paper that may or may not arrive stop us from coming together? No. Does anything here stop us from developing the conversations that are needed now? No. The only thing that is stopping us is the willingness to actually get out of our trenches and start working together. And I don't think any of us came into local politics, as I've heard other councillors say today, got in it to throw hand grenades at each other. Surely we came into local government to try and improve the life of our communities that we represent and to work for the greater benefit of our residents. And I've heard a lot of councillors talk of that. None of this was going to be easy. As I said, I've been up and down this road before, and it's a lot of it I've heard rehearsed before. Yes, I have concerns about devolution, but we have double devolution built in. I have concerns about the change and the future of Rugby Town. It is not parished. There needs to be discussions going on in those towns now about what the future of parish councils and what they could look like. I have concerns about the future of children's and adult social care. And as Councillor Heather Timms has mentioned, I have concerns over climate change. But the biggest concern I have is that everyone keeps staying in their trenches and the increased warfare takes place. Local government reform will not go away. And I do believe that it is time for change. And we need to put the residents first. We need to work cross-party and in a very transparent way. I'm committed to working non-stop on this issue for residents in Rugby, but also for the whole of Warwickshire. And I'll be supporting the motion as amended and accepted. Local government is like a patchwork quilt. And at the moment across Warwickshire, it is coming apart, it is fraying, and it is coming to pieces. We now need to come together and we now need to weave a new tapestry for Warwickshire and for our residents. I may not be a councillor then, some of us may not be around, but we can start that process today by weaving that new tapestry. We have the evidence in front of us and we can do that by making the submission and passing the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I have nobody else on my screen who wants to speak, and nor do my colleagues. So before I go to the seconders and proposers of the motions, I'd just like to thank everybody for their input today. It's been a very interesting and passionate debate, and I think in true county council style, we've respected each other's opinions. So now we're going to go to the seconders, and that will start off with the seconder of the Labour amendment, which is Helen Atkins. Helen.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard from many members today that we are ready for change, that unitary in some form is coming. But we don't know what this form will take. We must wait for the white paper in order to have a full, open and informed debate. The process has so far been rushed with a lack of consultation with partners, especially boroughs in the districts and the public. This has resulted in a lot of stress and disunity for many members and leaders. Therefore, any further discussion should be done in the light of the contents of the forthcoming white paper, and therefore I ask members to support the Labour amendment. Thank you.
Chair, you'll need to unmute yourself, sorry.
That's right, it keeps on muting. I don't know why I did that. All right, the second of the Conservative proposals was Peter Butlin, I've been told. So, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. It's been an interesting morning and afternoon, and lots and lots of different views. But I must point out that I'm a twin hatter also. My political career started as a Rugby Borough Council. I'm born and bred in Rugby and Warwickshire, and my family have got a long association with Warwickshire. So I've got a kind of grand fondness for Warwickshire. I think of myself as pragmatic, logical, and most of all, I like the numbers to add up, and I think most people will bear that one out. My first loyalty is to the electorate and the people who elected me, and also the 575,000 people of Warwickshire who we serve through this council. It is our job to make their lives better. My first loyalty is to the electorate, as I pointed out, but also my second loyalty is to the Conservative Party, under whose banner and principles I serve. We're not here to debate what type of government, what type of system we should adopt. We're here to debate whether a new system is required, and choice forced on us by the COVID-19 crisis. COVID has stress tested the two-tier system to breaking point, and I think that's been borne out by many of the other speakers earlier on this one. And anybody that's looked at the finances, and I'll expect a lot of people will be banding a lot of numbers around, and I've chosen not to. I'm going to take the view that everybody has looked at the finances in all the papers that have been presented. And I'll just give one figure to you, which was that the savings we were projected to have to make over the medium-term financial strategy we adopted last February, we're looking at about £30 million a year. We are now staring down the barrel at £63 million £63 million a year by the year 2025. Now, if you look at directly back at the savings that can be achieved by going to a unitary system, whether it be a two-tier system, two unitaries or one unitary, that would soften the blow considerably to the residents that we serve. Because when you look at it, we have several options as to what happens when we try and balance the books. We can hold our hands out to the government for more cash. And anybody that's had a kind of an inside view of what the spending review is kind of going to give us, we've been told not to be over expectant. So I don't think that's going to be forthcoming. We can increase the council tax, something ideologically none of us are wedded to. And I'm not very kind of keen on the idea of kind of go knocking doors next May, and asking people for more money at a time when they probably won't be able to afford it. We can make savings, and we're already looking at savings. And thankfully, for the fact that we've gone through the transformation process, we are an organisation as it exists. That can make some of those savings, but we certainly can't make all that COVID has imposed upon us. And we can seek extra income, which is the fourth one, which is basically increasing charges or kind of engaging in businesses or investments. But these are more long-term strategies, and most of them require capital and money to do it. So our options are thin on the ground, and the unitary choice for us in terms of softening the blow to our residents seems to be a logical thing to make, bearing in mind we've kind of all acknowledged here today that the two-tier system is coming to end of its useful life. Some of you want to remain and want an enhanced two-tier system, but I don't think it would even come close to being able to kind of make the savings and deliver those services that we need. So we're left with either one unitary or two unitaries. Now, I'm not going to argue one way or the other on those two items. What we're arguing about today is whether we should make that application and set the ball rolling for us to change. And that change should start now, because to start unitary takes at least 3 years to get to a process where we're making those significant savings that we need. And when we come out of COVID-19 crisis, which I hope will be sometime in the new year, we have basically got to start repairing the damage done by this crisis. It's speculated that before COVID, we had unemployment at less than 2%. It's speculated that will increase to possibly as much as 10%. It will be a sharp spike, but will come down rapidly. But this will have a significant impact on people's lives. And I think we will be proven to be negligent if we didn't set the ball rolling. So if we've got the finances in place to basically kind of pick those people up off the floor, create the employment opportunities, and kind of do all the mental health stuff that needs to be done, in which unemployment creates for us. So we have got a duty to basically kind of make ourselves match fit for the challenges that the COVID crisis is putting before us. The other reason is the Labour Party tried to kind of delay this for the paper. I think that would be also negligent, because I think Whereas I kind of see that we've got an opportunity to kind of get to kind of year 3 and 4 where we can basically smooth this out, knowing full well we can make the savings through the unitary process. If we're waiting for into next year, that puts it back to a 5-year process. Well, people's lives need picking up and rescuing a lot sooner than that. It also draws a line under this debate. This has created, I know how this has created a lot of division in various groups and rancor amongst various personalities. We're all passionate about how we perceive and see local government delivered to our customers. But as I've said before, I have got no loyalty to a system that doesn't work. I'm here to deliver services for the people of Warwickshire. So all I ask is that, hand on heart, when you go to the polls in May, you've got to be able to say on those doors, I have done the best I can to deliver the services and also basically kind of rescue ourselves from the crisis in the best way possible when we go to the electorate. So on that basis, there should be no delay. We should basically put this to the minister for him to basically look at the options and make a decision. And then we should all come together, districts, boroughs, parishes, town councils, and kind of have an input into the way that will look and the way in which we kind of engage with, at a local level and also the efficiencies that we need to make. So I implore you, please vote for the motion with the amendments as agreed. Thank you.
You're muted. Sorry, now after the, thank you, Peter. Now we come to the proposal of the Labour amendment. Councillor Dave Parsons. Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the proposal is as it stands. We do believe that the white paper is important. We do believe that it could easily change the track of this, and we do believe that we need to just hang back and take another look. And yes, sorry, this was late in the day, and it's the process of debate that really made us feel this. So I would urge members to support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. And finally, we come to the proposal of the Conservatives. That's Councillor Izzy Second.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all councillors for your thoughts and your really impassioned views on this. And I think many have already said it, but I do want to add to it that I believe that we have had some real integrity and some really strong views and good, honest debate here today. And although it's been difficult because we are not physically together, I do think that we have got the real feeling for this debate. It's been very difficult. It's been very challenging, and I know a lot of people have been under a great deal of pressure, and I think it would be time to heal whatever the outcome of the vote and whatever the future holds for Warwickshire. But I hope that it will be a future that we are all part of and a future that we were all shaping and proud to have shaped. And this isn't an amendment, but I absolutely do believe not only that we should have a citizens panel with those independent views and that insight that people can bring, that we get too bogged down in our world of local government. I believe that we should have a cross-party panel of councillors that look at all those options that have been talked about today, Wiltshire, Buckinghamshire, and really see and get the benefit of what others have done and achieved, and draw that together so that we get the very best of the future if this vote goes through. It is so important because we stand with the opportunity to shape an economy, services and important services for young people and for older people who have nowhere to go but us, and we must get that right for our residents. We've got some notice of motion which are about those important vulnerable people that we have the chance to shape the future of, and we need to be in the right shape to do that. So I thank everyone for their input today. I'm not going to go on any longer than I have to, which is probably too long already, but I do think that the amended friendly motion that has been put is the one that will start to heal and start to shape the future together and across all districts and boroughs. Thank you, Chairman. I move the motion.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Councillors, we have two proposals in front of you. I'm now going to pass over to
Read a recorded vote. Can we ask for a recorded vote, Chair?
We don't have to, because a recorded vote can be either by 3 members or by the chairman. And I have asked that a recorded vote be taken, and there's going to be a recorded vote on both of these proposals. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear, members, the vote now is on the Labour amendment, which is on the screen in front of you. And I will call out all the names and ask you whether you are for, against or abstain. Adkins. For. Barker.
Against.
Bell.
Against.
Birdie.
Against.
Bode.
Against.
Brain.
Against.
Butlin.
Against.
Caborn.
Against.
Cargill.
Against.
Chilvers.
Against.
Clark.
Against.
Coburn. Cook.
Against.
Crump.
Against.
Darmash.
Against.
C. Davies.
For.
Hen Davies.
Against.
Dervix.
For.
Falk.
Abstain.
Fradgley. Councillor Fradgley.
Against.
Gifford.
Against.
Gilbert.
Against.
Gissane.
Against.
Golby.
Against.
Gran.
Against.
Hayfield.
Against.
Holland.
For.
Corner.
Against.
Jens.
Against.
Core.
Against.
Condacor.
Abstain.
Morgan.
Against.
O'Rourke. Councillor O'Rourke.
For.
Panda.
Against.
Parry.
Against.
Parsons. Councillor
For.
Parsons. Phillips.
Or.
Redford.
Against.
Riley.
Against.
Rickards.
Against.
Roberts. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts.
I don't think he's
I'll
in the
come back
meeting.
to you again. Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Roodhouse.
Against.
Sargent.
Against.
Seckham. Councillor Seckham.
Against.
Shilton.
Against.
Simpson Vince.
Against.
Skinner.
Against.
Timms.
Against.
Warwick.
Against.
Webb.
For.
Williams. C. Williams.
Against.
P. Williams.
Against.
Wright.
Against.
Councillor Roberts, can I confirm that you were against?
I was against, yes.
Thank you.
Who offered the Lieutenant Group of County Council staff? Time, sir.
Okay, well that is lost, so we now go to what will now be the substantive motion, which is the Conservative motion, and I once again...
Can we have the figures, Chair?
Well, she's already given it, but give it again. I think it was 44 people against.
8 for,
8 for,
and 2 abstentions.
And 2 abstentions. Sorry, I thought you'd heard that.
No, we didn't. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so now go to what will now be the substantive motion, which is the Conservative proposals, and we will now ask Monica to go to another recorded vote.
I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen. Just bear with me.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Whew.
Just 1 second, here we go. So that is the substantive motion incorporating the friendly amendment. The substantive motion in front of you now is what I will call for a vote on. Councillor Adkins.
Against.
Councillor Barker.
Abstain.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Birdie.
For.
Bode.
4.
Brain.
4.
Butlin.
4.
Caborn.
4.
Cargill.
Abstain.
Chilvers.
Abstain.
Clark.
4.
Coburn.
4.
Cook.
Abstain.
Crump.
4.
Darmash.
4.
C. Davies.
Against.
N. Davies.
4.
Dervix.
Against.
Falp.
Against.
Fradgley.
4.
Gifford. Councillor Gifford. Councillor Bill Gifford. I'll come back. Councillor Gilbert. 4. Gisane.
4.
Golby.
4.
Gran.
4.
Hayfield.
4.
Holland.
Against.
Horner.
4.
Jens.
Against.
Core. Councillor Core.
4.
Condacor.
Against.
Morgan.
4.
O'Rourke.
Against.
Panda.
4.
Harry.
Abstain.
Parsons.
Against.
Phillips.
Against.
Redford.
4.
Riley.
Against.
Rickards.
4.
Roberts. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Howard Roberts. Councillor Howard Roberts. I will come back to you. Rolfe.
4.
Roodhouse.
4.
Sargent.
4.
Seckham.
4.
Shilton.
Abstain.
Simpson Vince.
4.
Skinner.
4.
Timms. 4. Warwick.
4.
Webb.
Against.
C. Williams.
4.
P. Williams.
4.
Wright. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Gifford, can I confirm your vote, please? Councillor Gifford, can I confirm your vote?
You keep on turning me off. Yes, I am 4.
It's not me, I can assure you. I've got your vote. Thank you.
You know how many it is?
Hey?
You don't know how many?
I don't know. 9 of ours either abstain.
The chair will now read out the result.
Thank you very much. The result of this is 34 votes for, 14 against and 6 abstentions. So the vote is, the recommendations are carried. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on. I've been asked if anybody would like an adjournment. I think we'll probably adjourn for till and come back in a few minutes, 3:30. Thank you very much. first one is the Labour Group motion, Black Lives Matter, and I'd like to ask Councillor Adkins to move it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In proposing this motion, I recognise the very good work already going on in Warwickshire County Council to mitigate against race discrimination and inequalities, and in particular the very good work of our Director for Public Health, Dr. Sade Agbula, in relation to understanding the reasons why the BAME community are more susceptible to COVID infections and deaths. However, this motion acknowledges that we don't have all the answers yet, but we are committed to listening and to learning how we can most effectively challenge inequality and stamp out injustice. In turn, this motion recognises there is more that can and needs to be done in order to ensure we meet the needs of the BAME community, both as an employer and as a democratic body responsible for many services across Warwickshire. We must be clear that there is no place for racism and that far more can be done to eradicate discrimination across Warwickshire. The motion reinforces the Council's commitment to eliminate discrimination of any kind and acknowledges its responsibility to work with the BAME community to lead by example and tackle the issue effectively. Positive acceptance is not good enough. We need to be proactive about stopping racism. This is something we must all do together. We need to acknowledge the need to challenge ourselves as individuals and in our organisation about the dangers of unconscious bias in our practices and communications with others. We should ask ourselves what more we can do to oppose and eradicate injustice and discrimination wherever we see it rear its ugly head. Given the need for such a thorough drill down on the issue, this motion rightly asks for a cross-party task and finish group to build on the work already being done within Warwickshire County Council. There are still many injustices to overcome, but as leaders in our communities, we have an important role to play in challenging inequality. Supporting this motion is an active step towards doing this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Helen. So that you're proposing that. Have you got a seconder?
Councillor Parsons.
And I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any amendments to that?
Yes, Chairman, Councillor Cable.
Councillor Cable, go ahead, please.
Have we got it on the screen? We should have. The Conservative amendment.
It's coming, I've been told. Hang on. Patience is a virtue.
Task and finish in preamble, but not in the motion. Yeah.
Here we are, Councillor Cable. This is your.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean this is a friendly amendment. I'm not diminishing anything that Councillor Atkins has just said, but I do know that from the work that is going on within the Public Health Directorate, that the means of the council would be served better if we had an interim report by December, so that we know how far we have got. This will give some base data. Also, by then, as Councillor Rourke said, the SWIFT is working on a similar thing, and the Transitional Board for South Warwickshire is working on something. So therefore, we could collect some initial facts and data to bring to members, so that they can then decide that they have a task and finish group if that's their wish, and they can start with some base facts, because some of the work is going on and they need the facts and the base facts to move forward. And I do propose we have a joint task and finish group or a task group wherever members wish to go, on the basis that the health inequalities and the life inequalities, community inequalities, are intermingled and intermixed. You cannot separate one from the other within our communities that need support. So this is a friendly amendment. I move it on that spirit, because I do know from my portfolio that the work that was started by Cabinet and is being carried out by the Public Health Department will take up to 18 months to complete everything we need to know. We cannot do this in a rush. We need to get our facts right and ensure that we get every fact out into the public and do the very best for our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cabourn. Councillor Adkins, will you accept this amendment as a friendly one?
We would be willing to accept it as a friendly amendment if we had a commitment within the amendment to a task and finish group with a time frame on that, please.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Well, we'll go back to, hopefully that will come up in the discussion. I believe that Camcor, you're seconding this. Would you like to speak now or not?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second the friendly amendment, and I'd like to reserve my right to speak, if I may.
Okay, Councillor Caborn, are you prepared to accept the task and finish group? Councillor Caborn,
apologies, Chair, I was turned off. So we could put that members consider the continuing work and a task and finish group to investigate.
Is that acceptable to you, Councillor?
That's acceptable to us, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, so...
Is that acceptable to my seconder?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Are you happy with it, Dave? Yeah. We're both happy.
So are there any other speakers on this? No, well in that case, I think we'll just go. Well, that's been accepted. I think first of all we'll ask Councillor Parsons to second it.
Thank you, Chair. I did notice that Councillor Phillips had put her hand up. I don't know whether.
I didn't see that.
Do you want to take that first?
I will. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak to the education part of this notice of motion, please. And I want to go back a little while to the Macpherson inquiry. I know that's a little while ago now, but given the resurgence of Black Lives Matter, I think it's still relevant. And I want to quote from an Ofsted report that was commissioned by that inquiry. So the report was intended to examine the links between race, ethnicity and educational attainment as part of the legacy of the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. They examined the data from 6 local authorities' baseline assessments, which use a mixture of written text and teacher assessments to measure pupils' intelligence when they enter the school system aged 5. And this is a summary of what they found. There was a significant variation in the levels of attainment among some ethnic groups in the same ethnic groups, but in different parts of the country. In one particular LEA, Black children had the highest assessment scores of all ethnic groups when they entered school aged 5. In all 6 LEAs, this is the 6 that Ofsted looked at, the educational attainment of Black students fell relative to the LEA average as they moved through the school system. In the largest LEA in the sample, one of the largest in the country, Black students entered the school 20 points above the national average as the highest performing ethnic group. And in that very same LEA, they left the school as the lowest performing of all groups, 21 points below the national average. So just to conclude, Chair, this is what the author of this book has written. We know for certain that this trend of underestimating Black children's intelligence continues right throughout schooling, which tallies with my experience. That is the author of this book that I'm quoting from. And make sense of the LE data quoted above, where Black children fall further behind the longer they stay in school. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Before I go to the seconder and propose it, would councillors Core or Cable like to speak?
Chairman, I've said I wish to. I'm sure Councillor Core needs to add a different dimension.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
so I have got Sarah Bowes suddenly appeared as well, but I'll ask Councillor Core to come first. Councillor Core.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say a thank you really to Helen for bringing Councillor Mangett's statement today before us. The sentiment within it I share. But I also, at the beginning of the year, Chair, I was at an LGA conference where Lord Simon Woolley had attended. And for those of you who don't know who he is the founder and director of the Operation Black Vote and the advisory chair of the government of the United Kingdom Race Disparity Unit. Now, I've got a little bit of a concern because although we use Black Lives Matter under motions, and we've started, this is the second motion that's come to us with the Black Lives Matter banner, let's not forget where and why the Black Lives Matter movement began. And it really began from America after we all saw the horrific scenes that were shared across the media and also was televised and across social media. And I'm slightly concerned in that we're mixing or we're diluting the agenda of equality, diversity, inclusion with the Black Lives Matter. And I'm not saying that either or isn't important. I'm saying they are both important. But there has been much work that's been done under the banner of equality, diversity, inclusion. And I'm just slightly concerned that that's being diluted. Absolutely, there's a lot of work that's being done within the council around this piece. We've got a paper coming around the people strategy, again, bringing in equality and diversity and also working with communities as to what they feel and how we should shape the future of our council. So there is a lot of work that's being done, but I just wanted to say those few things, Chair. Absolutely supportive of the amended friendly motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cam. Les, before I call you in, I've got Sarah Bowden and Izzy Seckman want to speak, and I'll ask them to speak first before I come to you. So, Councillor Sarah Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I did indicate a few minutes ago, so I'm not quite sure why I didn't appear on your radar.
I've got a problem with my screen.
There you go.
It doesn't show that hands coming up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think this motion is very important, and we will be supporting it. I think it's often possible to be drawn into a false sense of security over matters like this, and assume that you're doing okay and that everything's fine. And so therefore, there's never any harm in taking a fresh look at this to make absolutely sure that the council, in all its policies and dealings with its own staff, with people it has associations with, and with the public, and it's always worth having another look to make absolutely sure. So I welcome the idea of the report coming, and then of the work of the Task and Finish group as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Next got Councillor Izzy Seckman, Izzy.
Yes, thank you. I won't keep you because, in fact, Cam and I'm sure Les have said much. This came to Cabinet in July at our meeting, and we put in motion then that we should be doing this work and looking at the impact on our BAME and our ethnic communities within Warwickshire. It is always, and we have all been very aware of the divergence in opportunity, in well-being, in health outcomes, and in life expectancy. We have, I think it is fair to say, it isn't a hugely diverse population. However, that matters not. The one person's opportunities should be as equal as the next person's opportunities, and outcomes should be on the same level. And we have got a number of unique and different groups, and not least, as I said at that council meeting, our community of Gurkhas in Nuneaton, who I think we are extremely proud to have, as well as all diverse communities. This work has already been underway, and I think we want to welcome that. And I know it is a very large piece of work looking at all those very different groups. I think it would be very difficult to put the task and finish groups back to the beginning to restart this work. And what I would suggest is that perhaps if everyone's in agreement with this, it's, it is using those task and finish groups, that we take it to scrutiny, we have an update of where we are now on the work that has been done, and that we move it forward into a task and finish group out of scrutiny immediately after that to continue that level of engagement. I think that sounds like a productive way forward rather than having our officers repeat some of the work that they've done to date. And I don't think it will reduce the level of councillor input, which I think is important.
Thank you. Is the Councillor Cable, do you want to come in now?
Yes, very briefly, Chair, just to say that within our different communities, we're already finding subgroups, and that data needs putting together. And we're also finding our intergenerational households, and we need to collect some of that data, and that will give a rich starting point for scrutinies to move forward, and as Councillor says, into a productive task and finish group. And I will thank Councillor Adkins and Councillor Parsons for accepting the motion and moving forward together on this. It's a great way for the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Les. Okay, we'll now go to the original motion, and I ask the seconder, Councillor Parsons. Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I'd really like to thank everybody for all their comments on this. They've been very good. It's very much needed. If I may, I will just digress a little, because I remember many years ago as a child witnessing a conversation between my father and my uncle, both wonderful men, and they were talking about the merits of one Paul Robeson, who was a black American singer and a great film actor as well. And they were sort of saying, well, yeah, he's a wonderful actor and filmmaker, but when you look at his political side, he's a bit dodgy. And I wondered what they were saying. Many years later, I realised they were referring to the fact that Paul Robeson went to see President Eisenhower to ask him to stop lynching in the south of America. And that was the political stance. Now, my father and my uncle were good men. They just didn't realise the issues involved, and that's so easily done, isn't it? I can't remember who said it, but all that's needed for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Don't know whether I can classify myself a good person, but I do my best, and I think I really welcome the support for this motion, and I hope all councillors feel they can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. So we'll now go to the proposed Councillor Helen Adkins. Helen.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Les for adding in the additional the task and finish group back to the motion. I think it's important that we drill down as much as we can. There will have been things we missed, and we must listen to the BAME community and make sure that we address their issues, many of which we perhaps, some of us anyway, may not know all the issues. So I look forward to the progress of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we're going to go to the vote on this notice of motion. So I'll hand over to Monica. We're not going to. It's not going to be a recorded vote. It'll be done by a show of hands, and I'll ask Monica to introduce it. Thank you.
Could I ask members to indicate that they are supporting the motion for, first of all? I'll just wait a moment while they rack up. Keep your hands raised, please. I think there are some more members to vote. Are there any more members in favour supporting the motion? Just wait while we top those up, but I can see that the motion is clearly carried. So you can take your hands down. Are there any votes against, just for completeness? If you are voting against, please raise your hands now. We still have some hands up. Can I confirm that those votes are against?
Well, Claire, Colby and Daniel are saying you can't vote for and against, so perhaps you'll take your hands down.
Oh, sorry, I did lower my hand.
My hand isn't
Yes.
up.
I
Yeah, all
think,
the hands are lowered from my screen.
We have a lag.
I have no hands up.
Yeah, neither do I.
Thank you all for your help. Any abstentions? I'm not seeing any abstentions, so the vote is carried. Thank you.
Vote is clearly carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to notice of motion 2, special education needs and disabilities. I'd like to ask Councillor Caroline Phillips to move the motion. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. It'd be nice if we could, I'd really like this to be taken in the same spirit as the Black Lives Matter motion that we've just had, and hope that we can all come together on this. Because as Izzy's just said, one person's opportunity should be the same as everybody else's. We had a really good speaker this morning from Tricia Elliott, who described the problems that we've got in schools, and what we would really like from it is a cross-party task and finish group to deal with these issues, and because we know that the system as it isn't working. Some low-level interventions would be really helpful, and if we can get people round the table, we've got a really good Nuneaton education strategy group going that started with just one or two of us. There was just Bill Oldham, myself, Councillor Hayfield and Councillor Morgan. We all sat round a table with a couple of other people and discussed starting a strategy group, and we've now got over 50 members, and it would be wonderful if we could do a similar thing for the SEND crisis. Because I think we must all acknowledge that we are in a crisis. We're in a national crisis as well as a local crisis. And if there are things that we can do, even just on a small level, it would really make a large difference to children's lives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Do you have a seconder? A seconder?
The seconder is Councillor.
Sorry. Corinne Davis, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Karen. Right, I next have Councillor Colin Hayfield who'd like to speak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this, and I suspect many, if not all of my group will. No doubt Izzy will want to speak on it. I'm very happy to support this. I'm well aware of the difficulties that the SEND service has here and counties across the country. There isn't enough money within the system to provide all the services we like. We are looking very hard at how we deliver the service within the monies we've got. We have made representations to government. I'd be happy to make more, particularly if it's a cross-party representation to government. I like that idea. And certainly it's a very complex subject, and a task and finish group with an overview and scrutiny that can get under the skin of it and look at it in detail would, I think, also be most welcome. Above all, councillors really need to have a deeper understanding of some of the challenges that we face in this service and some of the choices that we will have to make in coming years. Thank you, Chair.
The next speaker is Councillor Sarah Bowes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion. As the Chair of Governors of an infant school, the need to find funding for children with SEND is a constant battle. It seems to take longer and longer to get the right provision for children with special needs. We've had situations at my school with children with severe needs who need to be in a special school, and it seems to take months and months and months. We actually took a delegation from the school into Saltersford to talk to a previous education officer about the problems, and it is really difficult. I know that the officers at Shire Hall are doing their absolute best to try and get these matters resolved. There simply is not enough funding in the system. I seem to remember talking at Cabinet a few months ago. Much was made about a massive rise for SEND, but when you actually looked at the percentage rise, it wasn't. It was about the rate of inflation. So in fact, it wasn't a rise at all. So it's crucial that the government find more money to help support, for the sake of everybody, for the child themselves, for their fellow pupils, for the staff in the schools who are doing their best in very, very difficult circumstances to support children with special needs. One thing that concerns me is there actually isn't enough provision in our special schools for the children that need to be there. I can remember years ago when the new Ridgeway was being built, there was an argument then that there wasn't enough space and that wasn't enough provision being provided. And I do wonder now whether we actually simply do not have enough space in our special schools for all the children that need to be there, and therefore children who do need to be there are unable to get there. So I support this motion unreservedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Councillor Jerry Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I support this motion. The comprehensive spending review, which is going to take place in government, of course, is one of the concerns that we have through the Canal Council network, and I know through the LGA there's been a lot of pressure and work going on in the background to try and get extra funding in for SEND going forward, and it's something that we do need to battle against. And one of the concerns also, which I know that hopefully the Task and Finish group will look at, that as we come out of COVID, which we will at some stage, there'll still be a virus around in the community. There will be a lot of children and families that are going to need support, and I hope that they also monitor that particular side as well, because we've noticed increases in mental health issues going on at the same time. But yeah, fully supported of the motion in front of us today.
Thank you, Jerry. The next speaker is Councillor Daniel Gizane.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I fully support the motion, and I think anyone involved in these services is aware of I've raised countless issues over the years with the communication issues with the schools, and obviously with the RISE service CAMS. Also, congratulations, to our early help team at Warwickshire County Council for winning their award for the Children's and Families Team of the Year, the Social Work Award. It's not on the Social Work Awards website yet, but we've won that. I've seen it on a tweet earlier, so congratulations. But yeah, we do need to do more. Some of the services, accessing the services is really difficult. Some of the teachers and the SEND coordinators aren't always aware of the help that's available. And again, there's the miscommunication of the schools communicating with RISE or CAMS and just discussing some real basic needs. There's some really easy fixes for that, and sometimes it's just a massive lack of communication. I've been involved in a few cases, 2 of my own children. I've mentioned that on the over scrutiny panel for a couple of years, and getting help from the school is really, really difficult. Even if we speak to a coordinator and they go back to RISE, we'll give them information which we don't need to give but we're still giving that information to try to get some help for these kids in school, and it just doesn't happen. And then when we've chased it up and spoke to different people, they've never been aware of it at all, even though we've got documents and emails between the parties. So we really, really need to get on top of it. And a lot of the issues we could have, there are some really, really easy fixes. And then obviously we look at the EHCs and they are difficult. And if you mention it to a school, they'll turtle, they'll roll their eyes because they know the process is really, really difficult. But I'm not too, some of the children I'm looking at just need the basic plans and help from school to cut down so they're not taking away the time of the teachers or taking up a lot of the time that could be spent on other children. So I think one of the things we do if we do this task and finish group is just to look at where we are, speak to schools, and just make sure they've got a really, really easy way to access information and make sure they're all educated on what they can get and other help that's available and where they can point parents to. And that's it. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Chair, you're muted, Alan.
So that keeps going off. Okay, so next one is Councillor Yusuf Darmash. Yusuf, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. As members will be aware, there has been some additional funding from central government for SEND. I believe it equates to about a £4 million addition in our funding gap, but there is a huge gap that still exists. So I welcome this. I'm sure that all other members of the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny Committee will welcome it too, and look forward to the task and finish group being set up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Pam Williams. Pam.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I unreservedly support this, and I'd like to thank Councillor Caroline Phillips for bringing it. It is a really important area of work that needs to be considered very carefully for the benefit of all the children that need this sort of help. The difficulty is not just the money, it's looking at timescales, and sometimes things take such a long time because people are not aware of the services or what can be done to help. So we really need to get onto this and set up a task and finish group to monitor delivery for SEND provision. So thank you, Caroline, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Pam. Next is Councillor Izzy Seckham. Izzy?
Thank you very much, Chairman. This has been a running sore for quite a long time about the funding situation with SEND, and we are one of all councils who are involved in this work, who have had this issue to face. As I think Jerry has said, the CCN has constantly lobbied on it, being the body that has the councils involved in that, and of course there will be work that's going on in the cities as well. The issue that Sarah talked about the increased numbers that was mentioned, there is an increase. It may not be a significant number in that sense. However, the cost is greater and increasingly greater. And of course, in many circumstances, all of these issues compile to be the costs that are demand pressures moving into adult social services. We know our future impact by the issues that we're facing through SEND in many cases. The problem that has been talked about is the amount of provision. We need more provision, and that is why this council agreed to progress the pairs building in Exhall, which will provide a huge a significant amount, 80 places, which I think is a great help, and it's in county, and that's really important. It helps on the transport costs, it helps on the costs, and frankly, it is right for children to be in this county, as our member of the public spoke about right at the beginning of this meeting, how important it is for these children to be in their community, and I agree with that. The pairs building won't actually produce even the amount that we need we know there is a growing demand. So we're looking constantly to find more opportunities that we can work to. But we have had to identify a large chunk of our reserves to cover the future costs of SEND if these are not addressed by government. And I think everyone in the council knows that we have had a constant round of lobbying to government, be it to the Secretary of State for MHCLG, be it to the Secretary of State for Education. We've written to Treasury. I have written, the portfolio holder has written, and Peter Butlin, as the finance portfolio, has written. It is a constant. I actually think anything that we can do to keep reminding our government about the pressures that we are under, and more particularly the pressures that our families are under, is the right thing to do. So I support that.
Thank you, Izzy. Next is Councillor Dave Shilton. Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say, I declare an interest. I have a severely autistic great-grandson who has benefited from some of these services, and they've been wonderful. So I'd implore everybody to support this motion. It's wonderful, and we should continue to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. I have no more speakers, so we'll move to the seconder, Councillor Corinne Davis. Corinne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I've got a great big long list to sum up, but I don't need to do that now, as you're all obviously in favour of this. I think, obviously, speaking this morning when we had Tricia Elliott talking to us and listening to Dan, who's obviously had children go through this as well, and seeing the frustration that families face sometimes when they're just trying to get maybe just simple help for their kids. So I'm really pleased that you're all in favour of this, and hopefully by setting up a task and finish group, we can assist parents to get help earlier. Maybe sometimes it might be just simple things, so we therefore might avoid needing the education healthcare plan. Hopefully we can speed up things like autistic spectrum disorder testing and find out children that have got those issues more, and regularly lobby the government with the issues that not only this county face but across the country, really. So yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the support.
Thank you, Corinne. I now move to the proposer of the motion, Councillor Caroline Phillips. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all the support. It's been really heartwarming to hear all this support for this, and let's hope we can something positive can come out of it. Some real positive change can come out of this. So I'll move to the vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In that case, I'd like to hand over to Monica, who is going to take the vote. Monica.
Thank you, councillors. So the motion is on the screen in front of you. Could I ask you to raise your hands to support the motion? Keep your hands up. Are there any votes against? Take your hands down. Are there any votes against? Raise your hands now. Councillors, take your hands down if you voted for, please. Councillor Roberts, your hand is still up. Thank you. Are there any votes against? I'm not seeing any. Are there any abstentions, please? In which case I can confirm that the support for that motion is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, and I'm not surprised. Well worth supporting that notice of motion. We now move on to the third notice of motion by the Green Group. It's about tuberculosis in cattle, and I'd like to ask Councillor Kadaka to propose it.
Thank you very much, Chair. The badger cull is coming to Warwickshire, unfortunately. So we urgently need to put this motion to get the item discussed. I've made a very mild motion, which has been made even more mild as it goes through the democratic process. And I hope that it would get universal support. The cull itself has clearly been a failure. The government indicated in March that the National Mass Culling Programme would be phased out after the review by Professor Charles Godfrey. The public is strongly against the badger cull as well. More than 100,000 badgers have been killed under licence since 2013 in the name of preventing bovine TB in cattle. Yet there's no credible evidence to suggest the policy is working. Meanwhile, bovine TB continues to spread amongst cattle herds through lax trading practices, poor biosecurity and inadequate testing regimes. Bovine TB increased massively after the foot and mouth outbreak when we started restocking. A lot of it is due to the sale and the movement of cattle, and the majority of that is still occurring today. It is really important we have good biosecurity. As things like the COVID outbreak, we must understand how it is the biosecurity that keeps us under control until we get a vaccine. And like the COVID outbreak, the long-term output solution is actually in generating a vaccine. We have a badger vaccine already, and we need progress on an effective cattle vaccine, but also more effective testing of cattle. Biosecurity means following the measures outlined in the Godfrey Review to ensure better background checks before cattle are bought. When new cattle are brought onto a farm, keeping them in a separate area initially, ensuring herds from neighbouring farms aren't in too close contact, and it means not putting cows in fields where you've recently put slurries or manures. And also importantly, not moving slurries and manures from one farm to another. This is all good common sense. We also need to be careful about contractors' vehicles that move between the farms and obviously can carry TB. And one fear is that the cull actually makes this spreading of material between farms even worse. We need biosecurity around the drinking areas. We need more fencing. This is all stuff that some of the supermarkets are asking for our dairy farms to do. It is not rocket science, and is the sort of stuff that our small holdings that are owned by Warwickshire County Council should be doing. I really do not understand why this can't get universal support. What we're asking for is the equivalent of washing your hands and getting people vaccinated when they go to a care home. It's just common sense stuff. We are not going into the more controversial areas and arguing about all this stuff. We just want the good biosecurity and actually to try and start doing some of the vaccination of badgers. And there are charity groups, wildlife groups, will do that for free. We're not asking for anything other than getting the county council support. And I propose this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kandaka. Do we have a seconder?
Yep, I'd like to second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Do we have any amendments?
Yes.
Chair. Councillor Butlin, yes, okay.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to kind of propose an amendment, friendly amendment to the motion, and it reads as follows. Other than it just takes out item 1. Therefore, this council agrees, and we take out to actively promote better biosecurity, including vaccination of badgers with tenants of its smallholders, and to aim to reduce cattle-to-cattle transmission. The rest of the motion remains the same, and I'm happy to kind of propose that as a friendly amendment. And if you want, I can speak to that now.
Well, first of all, I'll just find out if Councillor Kandaka will accept that friendly amendment.
Unfortunately, Chair, it removes the biosecurity, which is really, really important to us, and should be a no-brainer, so I can't accept the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Butlin, then you better, can you speak to your amendment?
Could you ask for a seconder, Chair, please, first?
Yes, I'll ask for a seconder, yeah.
Mark Cargill, I'm happy to second this, and I'd reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, I kind of, as an ex-farmer and all my formative years, every year, on a regular basis, we used to test our cattle. And I also remember kind of previous generations, and a lot of people have lost track of the point of this. This is kind of not so much about animal welfare. This is about human transmission of TB. Anybody who knows their history books knows that TB was a massive killer of people in past generations, and it wasn't up until after the Second World War, with the advent of antibiotics, that we was able to control TB in the kind of community. But that was in combination when we realised that transmission from cattle to the humans by milk from cattle, consumption of infected milk, was possible. And that was the reasoning why we had to go through a regular testing regime on the farms. And we got to a point where we're kind of in the late 60s and 70s, where kind of TB was virtually wiped out amongst the human population. And that was because we eradicated it from the cattle population. In recent years, that it's become more and more incidents of TB amongst cattle. And as a result, and most people realise that it becomes from the badger population. And the badger population is kind of large and healthy and prevalent across British countryside. And if you've got grazing cattle, it's very difficult to kind of keep the kind of nighttime activities of the badgers separate from cattle. To a large extent, in many parts of the country, you will not see cattle outside. Such is the situation where people trying to protect their cattle from the badger population are now keeping their cattle indoors. And there's another lobby out there basically kind of accuse us of industrialisation of cattle production. But it's about kind of preserving that cattle population from TB. Now, anybody that knows their history books, many of the kind of our writers, our poets, and famous poets from the last 2 centuries died early because of TB. And we also remember those outdoor wars, TB wars, just before and after the Second World War, where people were treated for TB, which was a long time treatment to get people over it. And many people died early as a result of TB. And in recent years, TB is starting to come back into the human population because the antibiotics are less active. So keeping TB out of the cattle population, and especially the milk cattle, is more and more important. And I am a little bit surprised that Keith doesn't realise that all cattle have to have movement passports, and there is the farmers out there take very seriously kind of trying to kind of prevent protect their cattle. I've seen the heartbreak of farmers who have got kind of very valuable and kind of dear to their hearts cattle that have to be culled because they contract TB while out grazing. So it's the biosecurity side of it, although sounds very easy, is not that easy for farmers, and a lot of that is already being done. To the point where we've got farms now which are kind of putting kind of badger barriers all the way around their farms and badger fencing. Now, to my mind, we've got some populations, animal populations, who are now restricted in terms of their movements across the countryside because of this. So it's one of the adverse effects of that principle. So don't lose sight of the fact that this is human welfare as it is as much animal welfare. And that is why I brought the small amendment to this motion, which gives the kind of a recommendation to DEFRA that they should seek alternatives to culling of badgers, but it should not be taken away completely as a means of controlling TB, because it is as much about human health as it is about animal health. And that is the reason why we brought this kind of small amendment to this motion. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted again. Before I move on to the next speaker, I'd just like to say as a point of order that cattle cannot be moved off a farm until they've had a TB test. But the next speaker is Councillor Horner.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have some sympathy for Councillor Condacor's view about biosecurity because, in fact, to correct Councillor Butlin's history, there was a major initiative on TB culling, on TB cleansing of cattle in the 20s. My grandfather was heavily involved in it in Essex, and his view all along was that TB, there was no question about badgers passing on TB. His view very strongly, and my father reported this to me once, was that it was effectively what is now called biosecurity that determined whether a herd had TB or not. So I think Councillor Condacor is onto something there. However, this is not an area of county council competence, and I will support the amendment because DEFRA are the right people to go forward with it. So that's the technical reason why I'm supporting the motion. But certainly good biosecurity is important. I also think that keeping animals indoors is actually an economic decision, because cows destroy a lot of pasture when they're running around on it, whereas if you keep them indoors and feed them the hay, you make more money out of the hay. So that's that. But anyway, so yes, there was a big TB program in the 20s and 30s, and it did to a certain extent eradicate TB in cows, but it came back. And of course, central heating without ventilation does encourage TB in humans. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Horner. With no other speakers, I will go to the seconder of the motion, which is Councillor Cargill. Okay, Councillor Dave Parsons before I go to the second of the motion, Mark Cargill. So, Councillor Dave Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it was a very late hand, so I'm not surprised you didn't notice it. I was just going to say that I do have sympathy with Councillor Condacor's motion. I know that a badger cull doesn't necessarily mean the elimination of all badgers, but actually another solution has got to be found, and I'm inclined to agree with the arguments about biosecurity. It simply isn't really tenable to go simply, chasing badgers all over the place and eliminating them. There has to be a better solution than that. So that's my view. Thank you, Chair. No.
Okay, well in that case we'll go to the second of the amendment, which is Councillor Cargill.
Thank you very much, Chair. Right, yeah, it's interesting because I have a number of farms in my patch, and a couple of dairy farmers as well. The first thing I would state first of all is that they are very well aware of biosecurity, and at the end of the day, it's an economic case as well as anything else. For obviously they are being told by DEFRA what to do in this particular case, so they're fully aware of the issues involved. And I suppose it depends on which report you read whether or not you believe that the badgers are the prime cause for transmission of TB. It's almost guaranteed that they can transmit it. The next question, of course, is how do we prevent it? Is it a cull or is it vaccination? Well, I think that's going to be something that will come out over time. I live about 4 miles away from the DEFRA building where they did all the BSE research and buried all those dead cows. We now have a solar farm on top of it because you can't can't grow it for food or anything like that. We don't want to go down those sort of routes again. And so it is incumbent upon us, I think, to try and come up with a solution. But at the end of the day, it's DEFRA who are the experts on this. We can guide our tenant farmers. I've got to say something, guys. Really and truthfully, our tenant farmers on some of the small holdings, and quite often we're only talking a couple of 100 acres, don't make much money out of these farms. We're talking 15 grand a year. It's not a lot of money. So these people are fully aware of the financial implications of what could happen if they were wiped out, for example, their head. So I'm more than happy to support this. And it is DEFRA, in my opinion, that are the experts on this. So yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mark. I'll now go to the seconder of the notice of motion, Councillor Jonathan Childers. Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and I just want to emphasise that we put this motion together knowing that it can be a divisive issue and really trying to kind of bridge some of those divides and recognising that, bovine tuberculosis is a very serious problem for farmers. So I'm a bit disappointed that about the amendment, which about the removing the thing about biosecurity and the vaccination of badgers, because those are really kind of constructive steps which we hoped kind of might try and bridge the divide. And I don't think I can do better really than read from a recent Farmers Weekly article which was about bovine TB, and that says that farmers must step up biosecurity to reduce the threat of TB from wildlife and neighbouring cattle, and do a plan in case they do get a TB breakdown. Farmers are often too focused on government intervention and should instead take control into their own hands and treat TB like any other infectious disease. And I'm sure many farmers are doing that, but then that article goes and lists sort of 4 or 5 very practical steps which could be taken, and that's the kind of thing that we were hoping that the county would be able to promote using its general power of competence. Councillor Horner mentioned about our competence and where that lay, and we do have the ability under that general power of competence to take the initiative on this and promote better biosecurity. So yes, as I say, I am disappointed that we can't get unanimity on this, but I hope at least that it will kind of continue a conversation, and that we can move towards a place where we can get vaccination of badgers and some of the other solutions. I must just pick up on another couple of corrections, just to your point of order, Chair, about problems at the TB test. I know that the TB test is a difficult, not perfect test, and that there is more scientific research that needs to be doing on the efficacy of that test. And generally about the spread to humans, which Councillor Butler mentioned, I unfortunately did suffer from TB many years ago, and actually the main transmission problem is nothing to do with from milk of cattle. It is to do with chaotic and often homeless populations living in very poor conditions, and that's where the spread of TB in humans happens. It's not really a major issue about coming from cattle. It's those people who are homeless that it tends to spread from. So I just wanted to correct that. And so if we need to deal with it in humans, we need to look at improving conditions, especially around heating and homelessness. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And now we're going to move to the proposal of the amendment. Councillor Butler, and I know you've spoken before. Have you anything to add?
Yes, Chair. I must point out that if kind of spread of TB amongst the human, it's not necessarily anything to do with milk. Why we was doing it all for all those years? Yes, the poor housing conditions, etc., was always an incubator of the disease, but a source of it into those kind of incubator situations in the past was through the TB in milk. I was in the milk industry for 20 years, and prior to that, I grew up with cattle and the TB testing system. With the 2 injections in the neck, 1 avine, 1 bovine, and then they come back and measure the lumps on the necks, and and the vets had to make an assumption of whether there was genuine avine TB in these cattle, and anything that tested positive was basically sent to the slaughterhouse. I must also point out the cattle that are slaughtered and do not kind of get buried or incinerated. They go back into the food system because the transmission of TB from a carcass does not occur when you eat it. It is primarily from milk. So I just kind of lay that one to bed as well. But having kind of a lifetime of living with the testing system, and also my amendment to the motion, if you read it kind of carefully, wishes them to explore alternatives that enable a sustainable approach to bovine TB control. Now, to explore alternatives includes that biosecurity that was implied in the first 2. The emphasis here is for farmers to take the best advice advisable from those who know best, which is DEFRA. And on that point, I'll kind of put forward my motion for a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Butlin. I'll now move to the move of the notice of motion. Councillor Kandaka, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm shocked with Peter Butlin's background. He hasn't heard of pasteurisation, which we apply to our milk now, which has eradicated the transmission from cattle to people, in the rare exception of people drinking unpasteurised milk. We clearly do not have a massive problem with the badgers being the source of the transmission, as demonstrated by the culls in Gloucestershire. If the badgers was the problem, we have not solved it with the culls. The culls have produced virtually no significant change in the rate of infection, because the infection was very much animal to animal. For cattle to cattle, to go via badger would involve cow infecting badger, and then badger infecting back to cow. We really need to get this right and get the science right. And yeah, we did have unpasteurised milk back in the 50s and 60s. We don't anymore. The way to solve the majority of the problem is actually through biosecurity. And it was really interesting reading the Godfrey report. And I do think people should have a look at the biosecurity chapters, because it's a 9-chapter report. Only 1 is about wildlife, and all the rest of the report is about things like risk-based trading of animals. It's about what we do for biosecurity. It's about contractors coming on the sites. It's about these movement of animals. And as a smallholder owner, the county council, we have a smallholders policy, which is talking entirely about best practice. We were trying to actually have exemplar farms. And in doing so, I think we want exemplar standards of biosecurity. And if it's good enough for Morrison's, it should be good enough for Warwickshire County Council. And I think we desperately need to actually allow people to talk more about vaccinating badgers, which is something that is going on. It is one of the ways to totally kill this red herring on the nose. There are some trials where actually dead badgers were tested for TB. Less than 1% of the badger population had TB. It is not the main cause of TB on the farms, and whether those 1% would then pass it back is very doubtful. So I do hope we talk about it, work with our smallholders, and really emphasise, it's like washing your hands in terms of going to Sainsbury's or Morrison's when this COVID is around. Biosecurity is just so important, and it's the one thing that everyone agrees is a good idea. I'm sure Peter Butlin would say we should be washing our hands when we come back from somewhere where we've touched things that may have COVID on them. Likewise, I think we really need to be emphasising the biosecurity to our small holdings. And I ask that we have a recorded vote on the main motion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, we are going to go to the amendment. There has been a request for recorded vote. You need 3 members for that. Can I have 3 nominations? 3 people, put their hands up, please.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up as well for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, well, we're going to go to the amendment first, and if the amendment wins, then it becomes a substantive motion, but we'll go to recorded vote. Yeah, I'll be recorded vote on the amendments. So I'll pass over to Monica now. Thank you, Monica.
Okay, so to be clear, councillors, you're voting on the amendment which is on the screen in front of you now. Adkins.
Against.
Barker. I believe Councillor Barker has left. Councillor Bell.
For.
Birdie.
For.
Bode.
Against.
Brain. Councillor Mike Brain. I don't see Councillor Brain on the meeting. Butlin.
For.
Caborn.
For.
Cargill.
For.
Chilvers.
Against.
Clark.
For.
Coburn. Cook.
For.
Crump.
For.
Damash.
For.
C. Davies.
Against.
N. Davies.
Against.
Dervix.
Abstain.
Falk.
Against.
Fradgley.
Against.
Gifford.
Against.
Gilbert. Councillor Gilbert has left. Gisane.
Against.
Golby.
For.
Gran.
For.
Hayfield.
For.
Holland.
Against.
Horner.
For.
Jens.
For.
Core.
For.
Indaka.
Against.
Morgan.
For.
O'Rourke.
She's left.
Councillor O'Rourke appears to have left.
I think Councillor O'Rourke's left, yep.
Thank you. Panda.
For.
Harry.
I think she's
trying to log back on, Monica.
I'll come back to Councillor Parry. Parsons.
Abstain.
Phillips.
against,
Redford. Councillor Redford.
For.
Thank you. Riley.
For.
Rickards.
He's gone home.
Ah, yes. Roberts.
For.
Rolfe. Left, I believe. Roothouse.
Against.
Sargent.
For.
Second. For. Shilton.
For.
Simpson Vince.
for,
Skinner.
Left the meeting.
Timms. For. Warwick.
For.
Webb.
Against.
C. Williams.
For.
P. Williams. Councillor Pam Williams. Councillor Williams. P. Williams. I'll put that down as absent. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright, I can't see in the meeting either. And I was coming back to Councillor Parry. Anne Parry.
For.
Thank you. That amendment is carried with 29 for, 14 against and 2 abstentions. So we now move to the substantive motion. which is now as on the screen. So I'll move to the, sorry, Councillor Williams, Pam Williams wanted to vote for. Can I correct my earlier numbers? So that is 30 for, 14 against and 2 abstentions. So we now vote for the substantive motion, which is the motion including the Conservative amendment. This isn't requested to be a recorded vote, so a show of hands will suffice, unless anyone indicates otherwise. So I'm seeing a show of hands. For those members voting for the motion, please keep your hands up. Could I ask members to vote for the substantive motion and leave your hands up, please?
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Was that including the Conservative amendment?
That's right.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
I think the Conservative amendment has now become the substantive amendment. So we vote. So it is a Conservative. Was a Conservative amendment. Is a Conservative amendment.
So the text that is on the screen now, please ignore the red and apart from the deletions, and take that as a substantive motion. So I'm now looking at the hands up which are for this motion. I'm seeing some members voting inconsistently. So can I just check again that your hands are up if you are voting for this substantive motion? In which case I can see that the motion is clearly carried. Are there any votes against? I see 5 votes against. Are there any abstentions? Please take down your hands if you've previously voted. Are there any abstentions, please? I'm seeing 2 abstentions. So that substantive motion is now carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. We now thank you for all your input. We now move to the next notice of motion, which is promoting the Warwickshire Canal network. And I'd like to ask Councillor Chilvers to propose it. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're almost there, everyone, and I'm hoping that we can finish with a glorious flourish of unanimity. I can hardly say that at the end of the day. We're putting this forward just to really kind of try and boost the profile of the canal network in Warwickshire, which passes through all 5 districts and boroughs and is a massive asset for tourism, well-being and ecology, and transport as well. And I think as we move into a kind of hopefully a COVID recovery phase and more people wanting to spend time close to their homes and holidays, and that actually the canals can play a really important part in that. And I just want to briefly say the 2 particular reasons, particular ways I'd like to see us go forward on this is, I think the City of Culture can play an important part. We've committed some money for the City of Culture, and a couple of years ago we actually earmarked possibly some money for the canal network as part of linking Coventry and Warwickshire as part of the City of Culture. And so we've got an opportunity to really kind of bring the arts and the canal network, peripatetic festivals, and uniting Coventry and Warwickshire together as part of the City of Culture. And so I'd like to see us move forward on that. And then secondly, that second point there, work with the Canal and River Trust to identify, prioritise and cost key stretches of towpath for improvement in order to better attract funding. I've got the Grand Union Canal running through my constituency, and it's a great place to walk along, but it could do with some improvements. It gets very muddy at times, and only parts, and it's a bit narrow at times. And what I've noticed is that when the planning developments near the canal, often the Canal and River Trust are a bit stretched to be able to put in requests for improvement, for developer funding, and so we're missing out on opportunities. We're missing out on the investment in our canal network. And so what I'd like us to do is for us to work with the Canal and River Trust, for the council to work with us to do that kind of identifying and prioritising and costing key stretches of towpath. So when these opportunities arise, we can say, oh yes, that's in our and we know how much it would cost to put some signage in, to improve the footway, to maybe put a new entrance in, so that we can make sure we get the most of that. So and I hope that as a council we could help do that. I think that we've seen how well that's worked with cycle routes. In that 2-3 years ago, we put together a prioritised list of cycle routes, and it's really enabled us to give us focus and look for that developing funding and saying, yeah, we've got a plan ready. So that's kind of some of the thinking behind this, and I think Heather is about to talk about some of the work that's already going on in Warwickshire, linking the canal work, which is fantastic. And so I'm going to leave it there and look forward to what Heather has to say. Thank you.
Well, I have to go the seconder of the notice of motion, Councillor Keith Kondaka. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion, and I'll actually speak now to save time. I don't think it's very controversial. It's almost overlooked rather than controversial, our canal network, and a lot of it is absolutely beautiful. Warwickshire is a beautiful county to go walking and cycling in. I've used lots of the canal networks, both for walking, running, and where possible cycling. But we do have some horrible muddy sections, particularly going down from Bedworth past Marsden Lane down towards Coventry. And then when you get into Coventry, you've got quite a good wide network, which is in fairly good condition. And the motion is about sort of detecting these little bits where we need to spend developers' money or whatever money we can get, just tidying up these muddy bits and making a network we can use. It has massive benefits. I mean, during COVID, some sections of the canal were ridiculously busy with people running and cycling, etc. I've got about a mile of very rural Coventry Canal in my constituency, which I can't get to without going into another constituency. But yeah, it is beautiful, and it just needs just that little bit of TLC. So I hope every single member will support improving the canal network. It is going to be part of Coventry's transport network where they're cycling out. And I believe Birmingham has an incredible network of canals that then come into parts of South Warwickshire. People have weeks holidays on the Warwickshire canals, going around the Warwickshire canals through Birmingham and back out into Warwickshire. And we really need more people having the opportunities to holiday in Warwickshire. Maybe not even people from Warwickshire, people from other parts of the country, come up and have a lovely week in Warwickshire, taking in a Warwickshire pub, having a boat, or it's just so good. And as Jonathan said, it goes to every part of Warwickshire. If you go down Stratford-upon-Avon, you've got the canal going into the Avon. If you go up to Polesworth, you've got the canal there. There's a lovely route to get through Polesworth to avoid the road network. And out in Rugby, you've got some lovely bits of Oxfordshire Canal. So I hope everyone will support this motion and we can actually get some really positive funding just to sort those muddy bits out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any amendments?
Yes, Chair. I have an amendment, which yes.
Councillor Timms.
Yeah,
Heather,
and I'm hoping that yes, I am talking. So
sorry,
Hi,
are you
Chair.
breaking up? It's the quality in Shire Halls.
Okay. Chair, I have proposed this amendment because this is one of the areas that is really dear to my heart as we move into the post-COVID world and promoting rural tourism and boosting our economy throughout our towns across the county. So I'm hoping that Jonathan is going to accept this as a friendly amendment and that we can work together on this. We have a lot of work. I need a seconder first before I move into the proposal.
I'm very happy to second this, Heather.
I've got that.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Just making sure the formalities are all done.
Yeah.
So Jonathan is seconding your amendment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have. Yeah, okay. So, as chair, I know we are putting the limit of our duration of a meeting of 6 hours. Is that all? I move to extend the meeting to conclude the business. Do I have a seconder?
I can second that. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's obviously fun. Let's keep going. So, majority, show your hands if you want to keep going. Can you please? All right. Thank you very much. So we have the amendment being proposed by Heather Timms and seconded by Councillor Johnson Chilvers. I have Councillor Parsons, but so at the moment. So start off with Councillor Dave Parsons. Dave.
Don't I propose it first?
Yeah.
Excuse me, don't I do the proposal first?
Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Okay, sorry.
The reason
I thought you'd already spoken, but keep
I was waiting for you to give me a seconder and then go from there. The reason I proposed these amendments was because a lot of work has already been undertaken. We have, and I want to acknowledge that work. We have our Heritage and Culture Strategy, which was adopted in November 2019. And had an initial action plan put together in March 2020, just before COVID. And this informed a draft waterway strategy, which was backed up with a survey in May 2020 to take forward the, sorry, I've got to lower my hand apparently, to take forward the action plan. We have created a network of sector partners willing and eager to work together on localised projects involving multiple partners that contribute to sustainable transport corridors. I'm not being political, I'm just loving this baby, which are achievable. And the motion recognises the work of our officers in bringing this forward. Using the Warwickshire circle of canals, of which there are over 100 miles of towpath, plus over 19 rivers, has the potential to really increase rural tourism, joining up local businesses to cyclists and walkers safely. They're using a completely different space. There are clear benefits of working with the Canal and River Trust and other partners to promote our county walkways, and it'll all enable easier access to venues for regional events, train stations, bus stops, bus routes and workplaces. We already have projects in the pipeline, including linking the Grand Canal with Warwick Town Centre, Grand Union Canal, sorry, funding North Warwickshire Stop a While to attract visitors into Polesworth and Atherstone town centres, and a proposal to develop a George Eliot Visitor Centre with links along the Coventry Canal in the town to the town centre and the museum. We can do more in the post-COVID recovery world to develop our county economy through rural tourism, sustainable transport and support health and well-being for all of our residents. I'm sure you can all recognise the potential of Warwickshire, even if you think I'm being political, which I'm not. I just want to make this happen, and so does Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Councillor Dave Parsons.
Firstly, apologies, Heather. I'd unmuted unknowingly, and I was letting my frustration at the hour go before so I shouldn't have said that. Apologies. Okay. I do want to support this motion. I spent 33 years teaching in a Birmingham comprehensive school and took early retirement and spent 5 years labouring on the canal network and have actually worked on most of the canals in Warwickshire. It is one of the jewels in our crown. There is no questioning that. And it may be that a lot of work has been done, but there is a lot of work, as Keith says, to still be done. The canal section through Polesworth is absolutely wonderful. I and many of the residents used it very considerably during lockdown and still do, and it is there. But for example, the stretch between Polesworth and Tamworth is beautifully maintained and well laid out. The stretch between Polesworth and Atherstone has some really dodgy bits and very muddy. There's a lot of work to be done on the canals still, and I'd really like to actively support this motion. I think it's an excellent motion, and yeah, let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah Bowd.
Thank you, Chair. I really welcome this motion, and I was actually going to say, what about district and town councils? So I'm really pleased to see the amendment that's come in that talks about other partners. In Leamington, the town council has been very actively involved over the years. We used to have, every couple of years, we used to have a canal festival around the canal in Old Town, which was always very successful. The district council have produced a planning document all around the use of the canals, which is now included in the draft Leamington neighbourhood plan. So we are very keen to do anything in Leamington that we can to support the canal. So I would hope that other partners actually make sure you include town and parish councils in that, because I'm sure there are many town and parish councils that will see canals going through their area, and I'm sure they would all be very pleased to be involved in supporting that. So I hope this passes with an overwhelmingly unanimous vote. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, the Cook, John.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. What I wanted to say is I'm fully in support of the proposal as amended. Those of you, and Sarah Bowes just mentioned it, and Jonathan Chilvers will know that Warwick District consulted towards the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, on a DPD covering canals, etc., and it had a tremendous response from members of the public, etc. I would just say that I did have a canal holiday going around exactly as was mentioned earlier, the Warwickshire waterways on a barge. I remember it for 3 reasons. Firstly, it was one of the best holidays I ever had. Second, it was also the most expensive holiday I've ever had because the barge that we hired was so expensive. And the third was they had me unlocking all the locks, etc. And when I came back from the holiday, I was about a stone lighter than I was when I went. So I fully recommend that everybody passes this particular proposal. And I think the more people that use the waterways, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next to speak is Councillor John Holland. John.
Yes, I've been on the Warwickshire Ring as well, and it really is a lot of fun. I have the Grand Union Canal passing through Warwick West and a branch of the Saltersford Canal Arm, which is a separate trust and is used for residential purposes and also holiday tourist people. And I was pleased to hear that links to Warwick Town Centre were mentioned. Some years ago, I tried to get another canal basin built in Warwick, and although we haven't achieved it yet, I was absolutely amazed at the number of people who wrote to me in support, and there clearly is a lot of demand. And the commercial purpose of the canal now is tourism and some residential, and there clearly is need for a lot more capacity. So I'm sure we're all going to vote in favour of this, and I'm pleased to hear that everyone's got strategies to move in that direction. And I certainly look forward to working with people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. Next to speak is Councillor Mark Cargill. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's Keith who mentioned about Birmingham canals. I hear that they say that Venice is the Birmingham of the South, isn't it? That anyway, just to let you know that I do support this. Obviously, I walk many miles on our local canals around Handley and Beerley. But what I'd just like to say is that we tried to engage with the Canal Trust when we were doing some planning work in Section 106 in Stratford, and it was one of the most difficult things we ever tried. It was hard work to get them to engage with us. So I'll just put that one out. The other thing I would say is that some of the canals, and especially some of the ones I actually walk on a lot, are outside of, shall we say, development areas. So consequently, some of the Section 106 may not necessarily apply. I think we've had to be inventive about getting more funding, and that's why I welcome the other partners and such like to try and get extra funding for them. And once you've actually seen a restored footpath, a towpath, for example, then it's a joy as opposed to all those muddy puddles and such like to walk through. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next to speak is Councillor Anne Parry. Anne.
Apologies, Chair. I don't know why I had my hand up. I think it perhaps from a previous thing, but all I would like to say, I'm thoroughly in support of this as a former narrowboat owner, and that I'm very familiar with the whole of the canal network in Warwickshire, and I know all my residents in my patch would thoroughly support this going forward, and improving the towpaths and also the whole countryside environment that canals bring to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Next we have Neil Dervix. Neil.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the canal network for many years in Warwickshire. First as a school child, walking and helping other people on the locks, and then as an adult walking around them. When I was teaching, I went and got myself qualified as a community boat skipper so that I could take school children around the canals. The opportunities for health and well-being and education that our canals offer to our communities are immeasurable, and so I would urge everybody to support this motion. Thank you.
Neil, next to speak is Councillor Dave Shorten. Dave. Hello, Dave, you there?
Councillor Shilton, is that a legacy hand?
Are you after me, Alan?
Okay, yeah, your hand is up, was it?
Well, it shouldn't have been up. I've checked it should have been down. But while you're on, I fully support this motion. The amended motion I support more than anything. It's the right one to go ahead with. It's already taking place, and we should be following that. I've been through this stretch before with one or two people on the barges, and we got up to Leamington and we was going to put a locks in at Leamington, and I don't think it'd ever come about, but it would have been an ideal situation, and we should support it.
Thank you, Dave. And the last speaker I've got is Councillor Jenny Bradley. Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly say that a local Scout group last year, the year before, actually worked with the local Waterways Trust to replace sections of our rather muddy canal bank, and it was a brilliant little project. Just wanted to give a shout for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Well, that's all the speakers I've got. We'll now go to the amendment, which is Councillor Jonathan Childers. Jonathan. Oh, yeah, the concept.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry.
Okay, well,
yeah, I'm here. Should I speak once now,
already
Chair?
spoken. So. Okay.
Yes, so just to say thank you very much for all the contributions for members. It's great to hear about kind of what the canal means in different parts of the county. Yeah, and thank you to Heather for highlighting all the work that's already going on and for the constructive approach around this amendment and motion. Just to pick up on Mark Cargill's, Councillor Cargill's point about engagement with the CRT. I've had a similar experience that they just are very stretched, and therefore if we can give them some support to sort of do that audit of the canals and prioritise and cost things, as I've seen other authorities do very effectively, then I think that can be a real positive. So I really look forward to some real firm actions and projects coming out of this motion over the next year or two. Thank you very much.
So we'll go back to you, Heather.
Can you tell me?
You'd like to
Can you tell me if Jonathan's supporting Heather's motion, Heather's amendment?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. He's seconding Heather. Jonathan is seconding Heather's.
Okay. There.
Okay, Heather, fire away.
Okay. Thank you all very much for the cross-party support for Jonathan and I think this has really touched all the members across the authority about what we can do and how we can do it. We do have a very good relationship with the Canal and Rivers Trust through our Heritage and Culture officers, and they have helped to inform the waterways strategy. So I think we recognise there are some shared priorities here, and yes, we do need to really welcome the volunteer groups that we can get involved with this. And I really wanted to widen it to include the idea of not just developer funding, but funding from all sources, because there are all different ways that we can capture funding for this. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I hope you're going to vote for it.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the vote. I'll go to take them.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members, could I ask you to raise your hand if you are in support of the new substantive motion, which includes the amendments? It's on the screen now. Raise your hands if you are voting for it. It's disappeared. That vote is clearly carried. Can I just check for completeness? Please lower your hands. Are there any votes against? Are there any votes against, to be clear? Alan, members, please lower your hands if you were supporting the motion. Councillors Roberts, Dervix, Coburn.
We seem to have lost the hand.
Have you lost control of your hands?
Yes, I have.
Yes, we did. I removed mine and it came back twice.
Okay. Can I ask if there are any votes against, please call out your name. No votes against. Are there any abstentions? Please state your name. There are no abstentions. The vote is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one moment, please, councillors.
We lost.
Councillors, since my screen is frozen, I'm now borrowing Monica's. I'd just like to say thank you very much for coming today. As it's an extraordinary meeting, there is no question time. I have no urgent business, so I'd like to thank you for your participation and declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks very much,
Chairman.
Alan.
Goodbye, members.